Ready?
We're ready.
Ready?
Do we want to give this to the Senate or?
Maybe later.
So Karen changed the allegiances. Karen Humber.
Oh, yeah. Is she working for them again? Yeah, that's what I thought.
The Group 2 amendments
Ah, very good.
are ready.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we really want to incur this shitstorm. Because what's going to happen, no matter what we put in here,
Have we got them scheduled to come?
I don't know that you have. You
Do we have retirement scheduled?
have. Get your mic.
We asked for, yeah.
All right, we'll call a committee of conference on HB1 and HB2 to order. And here's what we've got so far scheduled for today. We've got Director McIntyre from Lottery. We'll start with that at first thing so we can come to some agreement perhaps on revenue. And then I think at 1 o'clock, we've got retirement coming because we're going to look at some proposals relative to that. At 11 o'clock, we'd like to have a Republican caucus, Republican members, House and Senate, and talk about some things that we just want to caucus on. And if we have any time left, we'll get started on the side-by-side on the HB1, and we've got some grayed out areas on the new update on that. So let's hear from Director McIntyre. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Charlie McIntyre. I have the privilege of being the director of the New Hampshire Lottery. I apologize for being out of pocket yesterday. I was in Michigan and I nearly didn't make it back. My flight was delayed 4 times because Logan Airport was shut down for about 2 hours yesterday. So I'd like to start, certainly, I don't have a formal presentation, but I'd like to start with raising revenue guidance for the lottery for this year as well as the next 2 years. So in terms of what has already been approved and what we currently operate, this year we anticipate a $207 million return to the state, which is a $7 million increase over our prior revenue guidance. And the next 2 years, raising it to $200 million, which is a $6.5 million raise over our most recent revenue estimate. There's a couple reasons for that. One is we have a scratch ticket. The decline has been stopped and we look to be growing again. Sports betting, we did not have a negative impact from mass that we had anticipated. And we're just doing better at everything else. And so we've raised guidance again. So I hope that is good news for you folks. And I'm here just to answer any questions you have. If you need a formal presentation or a submitted document, I certainly can do that afterwards. But as I said, I just arrived last night and I didn't have time to make a presentation or draft one. I apologize.
So basically for the biennium, including
Correct.
the current year, you're in favor of adding 7 million to what
Correct.
you predicted earlier.
Correct. Yes. It's our revenues are doing well. So yes, 7,207,000 for this year and then 200 million the next budget.
I just want to be clear on the 6.5, whether that's per year or per biennium.
Per year, Senator.
Oh, so I had you down as 7 million more over the biennium.
No, that's 13 million more than the biennium.
Okay. 6.5 times 2. Okay.
Yes. We anticipate $200 million of return to each year of the biennium.
This is previously we predicted.
Previously, we'd initially estimated 173 million to the House. We'd raised that when we were in front of the Senate, and then we raised it again when we were in front of the Senate Ways and Means last, and now we're raising it today for you because of just how we've been doing.
Representative Ullery from the Ways and Means Committee.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, when we talked on Ways and Means, you hadn't talked about the $50 tickets.
Yes,
Previously, when we tried that, we lost money.
yes.
What makes you think we're going to make money on that?
The prior effort to raise ticket prices, the $30 ticket, wasn't a bad idea. The application of it was horrible. The way in which it was introduced was terrible. So, and I can say this with an expertise in scratch tickets, it was just poor execution of a good idea. And so the $50 ticket has been introduced in probably 20 jurisdictions around the country, including Massachusetts, with great success. And so that's my belief.
When you say great success,
Yes,
what does that counter into increases to your bottom line?
it does. It's not, 10, 15% growth. It's, 2 or 3% growth. Because as you can imagine, if you have a $25 ticket and you introduce a 50, you're going to sell less 25s, but you're going to sell more 50s. And the increase is going to account for a larger revenue growth.
Further?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, now, when we had this previous discussion, and that's what's in the back of my mind,
Yeah,
the value of the dollar was substantially different than it is now.
yes.
Is it your belief that because the value of the dollar has decreased, that purchasing a $50 ticket as opposed to a $20 ticket or $25 or $30 ticket is going to generate more revenue in dollar terms, but not really in real money terms?
It'll increase in both. It will increase in both. And I can say this with a comfort level because other jurisdictions which have portfolio of scratch tickets similar to ours have seen a growth in both top line as well as bottom line revenues.
Further?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we were talking about the lottery and Ways and Means, and you asked for an increase in that,
Yeah.
one of them was because of the effect of the Nash and changes that are taking over in Salem and Seabrook. Some of that is when we visited the Nash, it was a big flash in the pan. And granted, even a Wednesday when I drove by there, the parking lot was full at 11 o'clock in the morning. How long is that flash going to last, and what will be the generated revenues to the state over a period of time as the uniqueness of the facility becomes less?
I don't think I think initially there was a flash the first couple of days because it was new, obviously. I think they have found a sweet spot in terms of attendance. And as they have their attendance currently, they have very sophisticated customer relations management tools. And so their players clubs, if you will maintain their revenue stream and their attendance. So I don't see this as a declining business at all. And candidly, one of the nice things about the Nash is, as I understand it, the majority of their revenue comes from Massachusetts.
Further?
Okay, yes, the majority of that, thank you for reminding me of that. Most of the cars were from Massachusetts and were parked in Massachusetts. But when we open up, or let's say Seabrook does some additional expansion, we put in VLTs in Seabrook, and something happens in Salem, yet to be determined. Will that increase or decrease revenues to the state because you're taking a limited pool and reducing it?
So it will increase because you'll increase the ability and access. I would estimate that the marketplace for New Hampshire at maximum is about 55 to 5,700 machines statewide. And right now we're at 3,458 as of this morning. And so I don't think we've hit, I checked. I don't think we've hit the maximum yet. I mean, certainly at some point there might be cannibalization, but I don't think we're at that point yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, questions from any other members? Senator Lang.
So one of the differences between the Senate and the House revenue numbers was, again, conversations. So we did some simple math.
Yeah.
Charlie and I looking at the number of machines and what the daily output is of a machine, what those numbers look like. The Senate obviously, again, had a little bit better numbers because we had both Rochester open by the time we did our revenues. We had the Nash open by the time we did our revenues. So the number of machine counts went up pretty dramatically as well compared to what the House estimated their revenues on. So in a follow-up conversation from Ways and Means, Director McIntyre had a conversation. There was a range that he gave us for what a per day cost is for a machine. For HHR, he gave us $230 to roughly $280 range. And for slot machines, he gave us a $330 to $380 range. And in my follow-up conversation with him, he agreed that based on the numbers that he had with the size of what was going on, we increased those bases on a per day basis from 230, which is what he gave the House, to 245 is what he ultimately gave me. And then on slot machines, we went from 330 to 345. So that changed the per day revenue that's coming in. And so that is probably what drives the biggest change between the House and the Senate, is the fact that in those things, I didn't anticipate in my revenue projections that every HHR machine was going to convert to a slot machine. I had said we were going to have additive machines. So someone who has existing HHR machines would probably stay with them for a while because they got to get their return on investment out of the machine that they purchased, and then would transition it to a slot. So I left the HHR machines static for the 2 years, saying we have 4,900 is what we estimated by the end of 26 or end of 25 to carry into 26. And then we would add to that 4,900, 1,250 slot machines and 700 in the first year, another 750 in the second year. That gave us the maximum capacity of the study that we had done,
Yeah.
which was 6,800 machines is roughly the capacity of New Hampshire at saturation point. We're done. Adding any more would be counterproductive.
Yeah.
And so my revenues were based on those additives. And if somebody does swap out an HHR machine, it's only going to be to the net positive to the state. We'll have even more revenue than we anticipated. But I kept it very conservative, assuming all HHR machines would stay HHR machines, and we would add slot machines to that mix, and over time it would change, which would only increase our revenues versus decrease. So being conservative, but that, Mr. Chair, is why we have the revenue differences between the House and the Senate, is because of the way Charlie and I worked out the math to figure it out.
We also had a difference in the amount going to the operators. 30 versus 31.
Oh, the tax rate.
Yeah.
Yes.
So no, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a 31.25 tax rate. The other thing we did, which the House didn't do, is we set aside a quarter point of that tax rate for responsible gaming. And we took the money out of, we used to direct allocate it to lottery, $250,000, but instead now we're making it pay as part of that. So out of the 31.25, a quarter point is set aside for responsible gaming activity, and the balance is split between the charities and the state.
That equate with what we believe. So have we done it 30%? Or have we done it on our estimates?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the House passed budget, we had 30% tax rate. 35% of that went to charities, 65% went to the adequacy for education. The Senate, our colleagues on the other side, right there, split it up more between general funds and education. So I think that's going to be maybe not something we resolve today, but something that we're going to talk about in the coming days.
Any other questions from committee? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I heard you say 207, 200, 200. Yes? So why is this declining 26 and 27 not as high as 25? Isn't this a growing thing?
It is. I'll openly admit I like to be conservative. And so it's one of the most difficult parts of my job is if we say a number, you spend it, and then we have to make it for the next 2 years. And so it's unlike business in that respect, in the sense of a business, the profit comes at the end of the quarter or the year. You folks spend it, and we have to go make it. And so I'm trying to be realistic with our revenue estimates. I always like to make sure that if we give you a number, it's a legit number, not a pie in the sky number. So that's one of the reasons why, it's the reason. I always worry about gas prices, war in Ukraine, et cetera. When we had the Middle East gas prices and gas spiked to $6, our sales went off a cliff because half of our sales happen at gas stations. So
I see. Do these 200 include the changing from historic horse racing to VLTs? Or
they do not. They, as I suggested, the 200 is just what's already been approved, as if VLTs didn't exist, or certainly didn't exist in New Hampshire.
So if they do in the way that's been contemplated, then what do we have?
Certainly I had broken out, you'll apologize, this is my math.
Well, you can send us an email.
My handwriting, I should have been a doctor. Certainly at a 4,000 machine at $330 per machine per day, you're talking the state take would be $100 million. At 4,400 machines, $330 a day, you're talking the state take is $111 million. At 345, the state take is $116 million. That's per year. So over the 2 years, it would be almost $250 million if we were doing 4,400 machines at $345 per day. And so in any version of this that I see, it's at least $100 million in net profitability, but you then have to subtract out the HHR. And I don't know the latest version you folks have, if it's a requirement or you're allowing the operators to convert at their pace. So that is an open, that's a question for you folks. And that's certainly
the conversion rate.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's, how that occurs. If you require them to do it by a certain date, then the revenue estimate changes. If you allow them to convert at their leisure, then that changes.
Isn't it to their advantage to convert?
It is. It is, because for a number of reasons. One of which is that traditional VLTs perform better. I could get into the geek math, but it'd be boring. But they just perform better. Second, they're paying a fee for the horse races that drive the machine's back office math, and they don't have to pay that fee anymore. Third, there are only two real manufacturers of HHR in terms of for the state. 98% are two manufacturers. And for VLTs, there are, I think, 12, all of which offer better content, better availability, competitive pricing, et cetera, et cetera. So for those reasons, yes, it would benefit the operators. And also they tend to be sort of keep up with the Joneses folks. So if an operator on one facility converts entirely, you can be sure the next closest will as well, because they have to keep up.
And you presumably are in conversations with the operators, and
We
you
are.
know generally what their plans are.
Generally, the scary part for us is that this is the first, this expansion we don't control. Whereas in sports betting, we actually dictated the terms and we're able to do it at our pace. Similar with Keno. In this regard, we're depending on the operators and their plans, which in some cases are on my desk. In some cases, I've just heard conversations about, and so they're not in stone yet.
In our revenue adjustment line in House Bill 2, there's something about Keno hours of operations and local option games of chance Keno. Are you familiar with what those things are?
Yes.
So what is that?
Keno operations, Keno is now limited by hours to how you can play. That's to increase those hours and allow players to play when they want to. And then local option is to, I think it's Senator Lang's language, but it's to make it so that a town has to now opt out of games of chance versus having to opt in from as previously done. So
Okay.
I think if I read that correctly. Yeah.
So personally on the VLT thing, I would rather that you do the calculation of what you think is most likely and say, if VLTs are added optionally,
Sure.
2026 will look like this and 2027 will look like that, right?
Okay.
Because then you can subtract off HHR and all
Yeah.
that stuff.
And that's going to be a sliding scale, obviously, as they migrate some want to have both, some want to have only one.
Right.
Some want to migrate slowly. There is a cost to, so the box is the box.
Right.
It's just the content is changing, and that there's a cost of $3,000, $4,000 per machine.
But we like you to be conservative, but we like you to,
Of course.
predict what seems like. Okay.
This is my 7th budget or 8th budget, I think, so
Thank you.
try and be correct.
Representative Sweeney.
Mr. Chairman, just jumping off of Representative McGuire's question. So the operators on BLTs will make, on your estimates, $100 more per machine per day
Yeah.
than HHR.
So it depends on the operator.
Yep.
So the statewide average is a statewide average, and the statewide average ranges wildly. So the machines in one location, I don't want to besmirch any location, but in some are very low and some are quite high, and so I don't.
It averages out.
It averages out, correct, and it's a statewide. And one of the benefits is all of the new facilities and all of the new expansions that are being planned are exclusively on the border of Massachusetts. There's really not much planned up north, very, very little anyway.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further for the director? Thank you very much.
Of course,
for your
Mr. Chairman, members
analysis
of the
and
committee, thank you so much.
Yeah, and the sooner the better.
Of course.
expertise. All right, so if we want to go back to the HB1 detail change, and we'll go to the,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
Just one more thing. I'm going to send around. This is the spreadsheet I use for the math model that Charlie and I worked on for how we got to our
Okay.
numbers.
Appreciate it.
I know Representative Sweeney's seen it before. It's been updated with the latest per day projections of 230 for HHR. Again, the assumption was we didn't deal with when a business was choosing to change to HHR. We left it static. If they choose, it's only going to be the positive of the state. It will make more money, but we left it as conservatively saying we're going to make an assumption everyone's going to keep the HHR machines and maybe add a few slot machines. And then as they make the transition, again, those numbers will shift, but they'll only shift to the benefit of the state.
Okay. So, all right, Mr. Kane, we'll look at the detail change sheet on division, or on HB1.
Yes. So in front of you, you have a new sheet. We've also posted it online, and we have some extra copies for the audience. It's a detail change sheet dated 6/13/25. The difference in this sheet versus yesterday is the shading based on the agreements that this House and Senate came to. I'll just go through quickly, and then what I'm going to do is pass it over to the analyst to walk you through the ones you haven't discussed yet. So on page 1, you can see shaded out is legislative branch, executive department, Department of Administrative Services, specifically House Bill 1 only, and also Conservation Land Stewardship Program at the bottom. On page 2, what we have shaded out for tentative agreement is the Advocate of Special Education, Department of State, and Department of Revenue Administration, specifically relative to House Bill 1. On page 3, Developmental Disabilities Council, Executive Council, and OPLC, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. On page 4, at the top, the change relative to the DAS court facilities transfer under the judicial branch, the rest on hold. The Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, Department of Agriculture are no change between the House and Senate and House Bill 1, and the same with banking at the bottom of that page. Moving on to page 5, there was agreement on the Office of State and Public Labor Relations, which takes you through row 37, hold on liquor, and then the Department of Energy and a few items in the Department of Safety through row 47 have been agreed to. And so this is where we pick up, as on page 6 is where we stopped yesterday, and I'm going to hand it over to Mickey. Mickey will run you through safety. Melissa will run you through corrections, et cetera, et cetera. So on row 48, Road Toll Bureau.
Thank you.
Rows 48 and 49 were Department of Safety requests that the Senate agreed to, which moves the international fuel tax agreement function from currently it's in the Division of Administration to the Division of Motor Vehicles. So on line 48, you can see the reduction in the administration side, and line 49 adds it in the Division of Motor Vehicles. This is a net zero cost. There will also be a House Bill 2 section making the statutory change relative to this when you get to House Bill 2. But this was simply just moving one function in some positions to another part of the department.
Let's see, I don't see Representative Erf.
It's coming.
He's walking around the
Changing
corner.
chairs.
Ah. All right, I
But
wanted,
you can't get to them, yeah.
all right, I want his comments on the Road Toll Bureau and International Registration Program. Line 50 is obviously going to come around to what we agreed to on inspections.
Yeah, so lines 50 and 51 is the restoration of 8 positions that were removed by the House relative to the department's duties relative to passenger motor vehicle inspections.
Yeah.
So those, I'd expect you would hold those until you deal with those sections in House Bill 2.
For the discussion. Representative Erf, we're looking at lines 48, 49 on page 6. Road Toll Bureau and International Registration Program. Changes there, you'll see. Moving people around.
So this is a Senate thing, right?
Right.
I thought yesterday we talked about this being okay, but I can't tell you what that actually is, if that's what you're asking me.
It's moving positions from one part of the department to another part of the department, net zero, just realignment.
Any problem?
I have no problem with zero change.
Anybody else on?
No, let's exceed.
We will exceed on lines 48 and 49 to the Senate position. We'll skip over for now lines 50, 51. And we're in Department of Corrections.
So for
Yep.
Department of Corrections, that starts on page 6 and continues through page 7 and page 8.
Yeah,
Just to
this,
give
this
you a-
whole thing I'd like to be on hold.
Yeah, we're going to hold that because it's a more lengthy discussion. It's quite a reorganization. All right, let's see if we can find on page.
You won't skip it and speak, he's print here.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, let's talk to the new interim director and see what he has to say. This will be his first chance to talk to us since he's come into this position. Congratulations.
Or condolence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is John Skip. I'm the Director of Police Standards and Training and presently the interim commissioner to the Department of Corrections.
Did you have any input on the Senate rearrangement of what, we made some rather drastic changes, and now we see they've reversed many of these and done others that we're not quite in agreement with. Did you have any hand in any of this, and how familiar are you with all this going on?
I've had the opportunity to work with some great people at DOC, and they've done the best they could to get me up to speed as to where this budget process is right now. Candidly, I have very little in the way of understanding kind of where we find ourselves in terms of this budget process for the Department of Corrections. I do have some folks here that might be able to speak a little bit more clearly on any questions that you folks might have.
Do you want to get into that now, Representative McGuire?
Yeah. No, I'd rather come up with a proposal and talk about it next week. if
All right.
possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if we put that off on page 8, that leaves us down to Department of Employment Security.
On line 9 is Department of Employment Security. You'll see there's no change from the House and Senate position.
Guess we can accede to that. Grade that up.
On page 9, you have the Judicial Council on row 102. The first item, row 103, this is a technical fix. It's just moving a footnote that was added in the House to the correct accounting unit. 104, this is Contract Counsel. In HB2, there'll be a line item or a section for this, which is moving the contract counsel for involuntary mental health admissions from the judicial branch to the judicial council. The judicial branch currently has contracts, and they want to move those contracts to the judicial council, and these funds of $100,000 per year fund that contract.
Already in the budget, just moving it.
This is a new item. It's a new item in HB2 that came up in the Senate phase that was needed. If this, the judicial branch had stated if this wasn't put in and moved to the judicial branch, that these involuntary mental health admission cases would not have representation as it was previously funded with ARPA in the judicial branch, and those funds have run out.
A
So this,
comment from
this is
committee?
new spending.
Yeah. I mean, these are new cost items, and so, you know, maybe we gotta wait and see.
We'll have to see what we agreed to.
You
on
could
whatever
hold
the-
this one until you
Yeah.
get to the
Yep.
HB2
We can agree to
section.
103, I'm sure.
103 was. Yeah,
Line
well,
runaway.
Footnote, yeah.
The footnote thing.
Yeah, we'll exceed on 103.
Line 105, this is the Public Defender Program. The House increased funding in fiscal year 2027 to $3.8 million per year to prevent layoffs,
So you say the House increase or the?
or the
Senate?
Senate increase.
All right. That again, we'll have to wait and see
Yeah.
what we have in the budget.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to page 10.
On to page
Just
10.
remember, when you go into some of these judicial things, that they're gonna come back to fiscal, you know, not necessarily in these, and you're gonna spend the money anyway, okay? So having the money up front where they can actually go out and contract, they will actually save money over trying to do it piecemeal as we go along and hire, you know.
I agree, but it's.
I believe we
matter-
did some of that ourselves.
Yeah.
too.
But, and we put some money in there, but we'll have to see what we have overall, and because we've got to count the dollars. We still have a difference in spending.
Just have to say it, you know.
Appreciate it, thank you. All right, moving on to page 10.
Page 10, row 1 is Pease Development Authority. There was no change to this.
Yeah, we can
Budget
exceed
item?
to that. And then the safety rest areas.
Row
that's-
4, so Department of Economic, Business and Economic Affairs. Row 5 and 6, the House put this back on the floor. The funding was in HB2. We're just moving the funding to HB1 to put it back into the budget versus being an appropriation. So there's no additional cost for 5 or 6.
Problem exceeding to this one?
Well, this is a big item, and if we find out we don't have another 200, 300 million, we're gonna have to revisit this particular one, I think. And maybe the same thing with the rest areas as well.
Okay.
On line 7, this is the Tourism Development Fund. The House put this money back in on the floor, the $7 million per year in HB2. This is moving the money from HB2 and back into the budget in HB1. It's a zero net cost from the House's budget.
So this was the House position in agreement with the Senate position?
That is correct.
Again, yes, but.
But do we have
but
the
it-
money?
This 14 million came out of the rainy day fund.
Right.
Right, so there's a question there.
All right. Hold that.
Line 8, Planning Administration. This is a request from the department that would fund, was funding position 9T3356 in 26 and 27. The Senate put this money in as the department requested it, as a federal contract came through after the House phase.
Okay.
We can exceed to that. Federal funds.
Line 10 is Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. On line 11, this is a technical request to move funding from class 10 to class 59. It's a net impact 0. It's just a cleanup item.
Problem with exceeding?
No.
We'll exceed to that on line 11.
Lines 12 through 16 talk about the division of the arts in the Arts Council. There are sections in HB2 that also pertain to this, so I'm not sure if you want to hold this until you get to those sections in HB2.
Yeah, I think we will, because a lot of these can go to the lottery and get on the charitable list, if they are in fact charitable, and get money there rather than from taxes. So we'll come back to that.
We may want to have the lottery weigh in on how many nights these charities are actually getting, because the law says they can have up to 10 a year, but a lot of them, as far as I know, they're getting 1, 2, 3, at most. So it's not a panacea.
It is not, but it's up to the casinos. One of them I visited said they gave somebody the whole full 10 days and raised almost 180,000 for that charity, which they supported and felt it was a national charity. The local ones, the ones, and if somebody's far out of their area, they probably would give the few days to another one, but they have so many requests that they're the ones that are making the choices. So far, we have not interfered with that legislatively, but perhaps at some point, if we get complaints, we might. But these charities are getting far more than they did from their own efforts, and they're a lot better off than they were. So,
And the grand totals are much higher than the 2 million
yep,
on this page, right?
right.
Mr. Chair, for a bit, just in terms of the gaming, we will need to talk the lottery because, number one, we have a moratorium on gaming locations right now. You can't get certain, not be able to open very many right now. We have the moratorium until 2032, Joe? Is that what it is? 31? So there's a limitation on a number of days available to charities because we have a limitation on the number of operations in play. I will also say that we have a commission that we passed in both the House and the Senate, and we're going to a COC, which I've already talked to the Chairman Janigian, and we've worked out the differences that we have. And that is one of the things it's going to look at is how charities are selected, how much money charities get, and just to see if there should be a legislative change. Some of that's we already have in motion recognizing that, but just understand that there are some limitations on who qualifies to be a charity and get charitable gaming days. And a lot of people are saying there's wait lists already, especially at the larger charities across the state. There's long wait lists to get in.
And one thing we don't know is whether the same charity's gone to every one of them, trying to get on the list.
I don't think you can do that legally. In our rules, you're not allowed to go to 5 different gaming operators and you're entitled to 10 days as a charity,
Right.
regardless of where it is. So you have 10 days across the state. You may get 2 here, 2 there, but you can't get more than 10.
I'm aware, but, it's, as far as I know, you could do that.
But you couldn't have more than 10 days in total.
Yeah. Granted. All right, moving on.
Line 16, this is federal preservation programs. This was the request of the department, and it was swapping an unfunded position and funding another position at a net zero in cost.
Okay.
Federal Arts Partnership Grant. So this is
No, 16, she's talking about.
All right. Oh, 16 we're on. Okay, swap position.
It's good. Say yes.
We know what this is about?
It's just moving from one place to
It's
another.
just swapping
All right,
a
so
funded
lines
position
15
with
and
that.
16 are related?
No, 16 and 17.
16 and 17, okay. 16 and 17. Will
So line-
exceed, committee? All right, we'll exceed lines 16 and 17. All right, environmental services.
Yeah.
For Department of Environmental Services on line 20 and 21 and 22, these are technical corrections. They're moving funding positions from one class to another class 10 to class 59. It's a correction from the House's budget. And on line 22, it's just moving the funding source. And again, they were technical corrections.
Should be fine. Yeah.
All right, so we were agreeing to 20, 21, 22? All right, we'll exceed 20, 21, 22. Page 11.
Page 11 is Fish and Game Department. The only item here is the other half of what you approved yesterday relative to moving the land conservation stewardship program from it's administratively attached to the Department of Administrative Services to Fish and Game. So you had a similar reduction, the same dollar amounts under admin services. This is just the other side of that transfer.
Representative First. Okay. The House in agreement? We exceed. 25.
Page 12, Department of Transportation, rows 2 and 3 are related. The House had added some money in the area of winter maintenance for both the winter maintenance retention incentive program as well as just traditional winter maintenance operations. The department had asked the Senate to consider moving $1.75 million per year from the traditional operation lines to the retention incentive program.
Representative Erf?
As we discussed, I think the way we had it was better, but I will go with your judgment.
Seems to be their request.
Right, so they would prefer to go to fiscal for salt monies rather than going to fiscal for incentive monies. That would be my take on that. And I intentionally split it between the two to give both a budget boost, as both will probably need a budget boost.
Do you want to keep this for further discussion, or do you want to exceed at this point?
I leave that to your in your hands.
Any other input?
It is no cost. It's just switching money from one bucket to another.
All right, let's exceed on lines 2 and 3 on page 12.
Line number 4 provides a position to the Department of Transportation relative to processing expedited driveway permit requests. Senate Bill 153 has passed both bodies, and I think the intent of the folks who are working on that bill was the department would have a position to do this work. The bill itself didn't actually establish that position. That is what's being done here through the budget. That bill does provide a fee, and that fee revenue is hopeful to support this position. So in the highway fund surplus statement, you see the fee revenue, and then in the operating budget, you would see the expenditure, and that's what you see here on row number 4.
So our colleagues in the House have voted in favor of this. All right, we'll exceed.
Row number 5 is the highway block grants, the apportionment A. This is 12% of the previous year's road toll and motor vehicle fee revenue the state collects gets distributed to cities and towns. The Senate adjustment here reflects their revenue estimates. Considering that you at least have motor vehicle fees as well as motor vehicle inspection fees, part of House Bill 2, I would say you should hold on this, and we would true this up depending on the decisions you make with those revenue sources.
Thank you, we'll hold it. Page 13.
So HHS starts on page 13. So under DCYF on page 2, you can see there's a movement of $5 million out of 27 and into fiscal 26. And for context, the House had reduced funding for youth residential placements. The department asked the Senate to restore that funding. The Senate did not approve that request, but they did approve a request to move money up from 27 into 26 to satisfy an anticipated greater need in fiscal 26. You can see in the comments there also was a House Bill 2 provision added by the Senate to allow the department to go to fiscal in 27 for additional general funds if needed, but you'll get to that as part of the House Bill 2 discussion. This line is simply the movement of funds between fiscal years.
Representative Mooney? It's good. All right, we'll exceed.
Okay. Down on line 5, under the Division of Economic Stability, the House had budgeted $7.5 million per year of federal TANF reserve funds for child care workforce programs. These are recruitment and retention incentives for people who work in the child care industry. In the Senate, the department asked the Senate Finance Committee to remove this funding, and part of their rationale was the department testified that federal TANF funds can't be used for this purpose. So the Senate initially removed the funding at the department's request, which is what you see here on line 5. There continued to be some disagreement among the members over whether TANF funds could actually be used for this purpose. So in the comments section, again, you can see that the Senate added a House Bill 2 provision appropriating the TANF reserve funds contingent upon the department seeking federal approval to use TANF for this purpose. So there's both a House Bill 1 and a House Bill 2 component to this change.
Without objection from the others, we'll
Well,
exceed. Wait,
Can I
Representative
ask a
Dwyer?
question?
Sure.
So, in general, if we have this kind of funds, is spending it on retention and recruitment the highest priority when maybe it could be spent on actual services?
So if I remember the conversation with the HHS correctly, there's a cap on the percentage of funds they're allowed to move into to provide services. I think it was 30% for providing services. They would, at that point, they're not allowed to use it for those kind of things anymore. In this request, we're basically asking them to get a waiver to use these funds to help it's the Child Care Workforce Development Program, to be able to pay for people to become certified to be able to become child care providers and that kind of thing. So while we can't move any more money into the services side, we were trying to use this money over here and to get them to get a waiver for it.
Okay.
Now, we will be discussing this again when we get to the House Bill 2 items, so we have no problem with you guys putting it on hold for right now, but, you know, we will need to resolve the issue.
Hold it. All right. Anybody object to exceeding it to it now?
No.
I will exceed.
Okay. Under Medicaid, lines 8 through 11 relate to the recent agreement with the hospitals on the Medicaid enhancement tax. That agreement was not included in the budget or the trailer bill. It was instead included in Senate Bill 249, which has been passed by both bodies. So the policy has been adopted. These are the accounting changes necessary to effectuate that policy. And as you can see, it has a net zero impact. Lines 8 and 9 are moving money out of the uncompensated care fund, and lines 10 and 11 are moving the same amounts into Medicaid care management.
Net effect zero.
Correct.
Objection? All right, we'll exceed on those. Give me the lines now, just 9, 10, 11, 12.
No,
8 through 11.
8 through 11.
Lines 12 and 13 relate to a House provision. The House had included the text of House Bill 94 in the trailer bill that prohibited Medicaid coverage of elective circumcisions. In House Bill 1, the House assumed a small savings related to that policy of $75,000 in general funds and $75,000 in federal funds. Since the Senate removed those provisions, they also removed the savings, and so that's what you see on lines 12 and 13.
We like this policy.
We liked it the way
We like it the way we did it.
we did it, so we'll have to put that one on hold.
Unless they want to accede to ours.
Yeah.
Not at this time.
Okay.
Down on line 16, under long-term supports and services, the Senate added $100,000 per year of general funds to the Alzheimer's disease and related dementias respite caregiver grant program. The House had funded this at about $302,000 per year. The Senate funded it at $402,000 per year.
What was the increase over previous year?
Over the previous biennium, I'm not sure. If you give me a second, I can look that up.
Any comment? You're okay with this? Just a matter of will we have the funds, but
4 were 305,000. The adjusted authorized in 25 was 552,000.
in 25, we went to 552.
Correct.
And so what is the suggestion now from the Senate?
The Senate would have it at 402 per year.
Less than previous.
Correct.
All right,
But
we'll
not less than
exceed.
previous for the biennium, correct?
I'm sorry?
Not less than previous for the biennium?
So slightly less than the actual plus the adjusted authorized for the previous biennium, yes.
Right, which we haven't spent the adjusted authorized yet, though.
Correct.
Yeah.
Want to hold it or you want to exceed?
I don't care, just wanted to point that out. The we're probably not, it's not spending more. We didn't spend more
Yes.
this plan.
Okay. All right, moving on to pages. We'll exceed it on that one. We'll move on to page 14.
Page 14, under Public Health, lines 19 and 20, the Senate added funding for the Family Planning Program. The House had removed all funding for this program. The Senate added $500,000 per year of general funds, which was below the governor's figure of approximately $840 per year of general funds, and fully added back the federal funds to the governor's recommended level.
I will hold on that one.
Okay. And line 21, there's nothing for you to vote on there. That's a mistake. It's a leftover from a previous version, so we'll just automatically shade that when we bring this back to you on Monday. On line 22, the Senate added $1 per year of general funds for the Tobacco Prevention and Cessation Program. The House had left the federal funds intact, but dropped the general funds down to zero.
The objection?
Why?
$1.
Yeah.
Exceed
All right.
on line 22.
Okay, no change to the Glencliff home. And moving on to behavioral health on line 28. The House had removed funding for the Choose Love program. The Senate added $150,000 per year, which is less than the governor's proposed approximately $250,000 per year.
What does it do?
HHS, are they here?
I could give you my version, but
Mr.
White is here,
is
so-
the expert.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the committee. Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. I couldn't quite hear the question.
What is the Choose Love program?
Sure. So the Choose Love program, it came over to the department in the last biennium. It was added to our budget. It was previously within the governor's office for a few years. It was established under Governor Sununu following the Sandy Hook massacre. This organization was founded. It's I don't know all the programmatic details, but it is a program. We have a single individual that is currently going around the state and advocating and working with schools for this program. I can come back with additional detail relative to the programmatic details, but I'm on the finance side. That's not my specialty.
Hold it.
Hold it, I guess.
we actually reduced the cost from the governor's budget by some nice sharp penciling by Mr. White. It was on the governor's list that I was provided as a priority of hers. So again, just so you know.
Well, we don't know the effectiveness of it, or has it accomplished anything?
And if I may, we did reduce during the Senate phase. We cut the budget by $100,000 each year.
Thank you, Mr. White.
You're welcome.
You might, in case there's any more questions on these, while we're in HHS.
Okay. Lines 29 and 30 relate to the funding mechanism for the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs. There are House Bill 2 components related to this as well. Historically, the Governor's Commission has been funded with 5% of gross liquor profits. The House removed that automatic transfer of liquor funds and funded the Governor's Commission instead with opioid abatement trust funds. The Senate heard from the Department of Justice and others that opioid abatement trust funds couldn't be used for that purpose, so they went back to the previous mechanism of using liquor funds. So what you see on lines 29 and 30 is just the swap of one other funding source for another other funding source. There is a general fund impact to this because these liquor funds, if they weren't spent on the Governor's Commission, they would be
go to
directed to the
general
general fund.
So I seriously object to programmatic spending, right? Automatically, you spend 5% of this on that, right? I mean, you should budget spending. You should decide the right amount to spend is that, not some automatic, if we happen to have X amount of liquor, we're going to spend at Y on this.
And we
So,
should check to see if it's an effective program.
yes.
All right. We'll hold that one.
Okay, on line 31, System of Care, the House had removed funding for a Friends of Anya peer-to-peer grief support. program. The Senate added that back at $200,000 per year.
Hold it. You're okay? If there are funds available, I don't
Yeah,
think
but
we
this is
could-
general fund.
All right, you want to
All right.
exceed? Anybody object? All right, we'll exceed on Friends of Vine.
Okay. Line 32, Community Mental Health Program Support. The House had reduced funding from the governor's recommended level by $37.8 million over the biennium. The Senate restored this to the governor's level.
Yeah, it's a big number.
A lot of money. Mr. White, any reflections on this one?
Sure. This is accounting unit 4117, which does include several dozen contracts are funded out of the class line that was reduced during the House phase by about $18 million each year. One of the reasons I think that happened during the House phase was when you looked at the actual spend that showed up in the governor's budget, it showed a lower spend than what was budgeted. What you can't see in the governor's budget is that, well, the actuals in 24 were in the 20 million range. There was another, I believe, $11 million that was actually paid out of 25 for 24 expenses. The other key piece to understand there too is that there were a number of appropriations that were made previously where new programs were standing up. So we've seen spending increase. So currently for this year, I checked in this morning with my finance director. It looked like we were probably going to be spending about $40 million in state fiscal year 25 out of that line. Also included in there is the $5 million that was each year that was added by the governor for uncompensated care for the community mental health centers.
So this isn't a total add, is it? From what the House had?
So this is restoring the reductions that were made during the House. So there was the 18.9 and the 18.9 reductions that were made each year, which would hit the larger behavioral health system. There are the community mental health centers that are included there, but there's also a series of other contracts that really comprise the system of care for behavioral health in the state that would be negatively impacted by the House's reduction.
What's the total amount in this accounting unit?
So the House had included 31.5 million per year of the biennium. The Senate's addition would bring that up to just over 50 million per year.
What's the normal spend?
Within that calendar year was 24 million. As Nathan suggested, they had some contracts that were paid out of 25 as well, but the actual spend was 24 million, and the adjusted authorized in 25 was 44.4 million.
Yeah. No.
And
Say it again?
Is there any speak new to this? Because I know there's some community mental health policy.
No, there's no House Bill 2 section related to this change.
All right, well, it's a big number. We have
Wanna
to
hold
hold it. Yeah.
We'll hold it. Got to look into this further. All right, moving on.
Okay, under developmental services, similarly, the House had reduced funding for developmental services, specifically for the wait list, but the House had retained a footnote that was in the governor's version, allowing the department to go to the fiscal committee for additional general funds if a wait list developed. The Senate fully restored the wait list funding to the governor's recommended level, and in the process added this 31.4 million in general funds for the biennium that you see here and an equivalent amount of federal funds.
What kind of spending has been going on in history?
In account 7100 specifically, and this reduction was intended to cover 3 separate accounting units, but 7100 is the biggest one, developmental services. The actual spend in 24 for all funding sources was 387 million, and the adjusted authorized in 25 was 447 million.
So this is just additional to what was already spent, or what was already budgeted.
So this brings it back to the governor's level. So the governor all funding sources in 26 would have spent would have appropriated 438 million. The House would have appropriated 420. This brings it up to the governor's level. In 27, the governor would have appropriated 466 million, and the House would have appropriated 421 million. This change brings it back to the governor's level.
31 million is a big piece. We'll hold that one.
May I ask a question of
Go ahead.
Mr. White?
Yes.
What is the expectation? I know you don't lapse in these accounts, but what is the expectation of how much will be left at the end of this year in that account, in these three accounts?
Sure. So under RSA 171A, the three accounts, the 7100, 7111, and 7016, the DD accounts, as they're colloquially called or referred to, we are projecting about an $80 million carry forward. However, you will see that within those accounts during the governor's phase, a class note was added to apply the carry forward from the current biennium to the budget. So when those amounts were added to the budget, when those footnotes were added to account for the 80 million, you actually saw a reduction of $80 million to those accounts to account for that. Otherwise, if that footnote was not there, then the actual budgeted amount would have been $80 million total funds, 50-50 federal general in the budget.
Follow
Follow up.
up? So is the expectation you're likely to, and again, I'll just use the word lapse, even though that's not the right word, to lapse funds again the next biennium based on the numbers you have now?
Based on the numbers right now, the lapse should be de minimis if the spending trends that we've seen this year continue.
So you expect you'll have you'll be able to provide the services that you're budgeting for?
Based on the current Senate version of the budget as passed, existing services would be covered. The $31 million general funds and $31 million federal funds that we're contemplating here, this would be for wait lists. So if that was not funded based on the numbers that we have today, we would expect there to be a wait list in the next biennium.
Okay, that's a big amount. We'll wait and see what we get for revenue.
Okay, down at the bottom of that page, no change to New Hampshire Hospital.
I guess we can accede to that on line 29.
At the top of page 15, under the Commissioner's Office, on line 42, you can see there was a back of the budget reduction in House Bill 1. The House had imposed a back of the budget reduction of $23 million per year. The Senate increased that to $25.5 million per year.
I like this one.
We exceed.
From line 44 through the end of the page are department requested accounting adjustments. I don't think there's anything controversial here. Essentially what you see in this list is the addition of some federal grant money. You see the addition of federal funds for a handful of positions that were previously funded by other federal COVID dollars that are no longer available. And you see some swaps between accounting units for positions that were added by the House. So you could consider these as a group. If
Should
you
not increase the general fund.
There is no general fund increase to these items, no.
Any objection to exceeding from the committee side?
Looks good.
All right, we'll accede to the rest of page 15.
Okay, and similarly, on page 16, these were department requested position movements. There are 27 positions on this list. They were unfunded in the House phase. They're still unfunded in the Senate phase, but they had previously resided within the Hampstead Hospital Accounting Unit, which no longer exists anymore. So the department requested, and the Senate approved that request, to move these positions to various other accounting units within the department.
Why not just eliminate these positions? All right.
Speak up. Okay, we'll hold.
Okay. Yeah, we want to look and so are any of these filled? Do we know?
Yes. So when the state transitioned back in December from being the owner operator into leasing the facility to Dartmouth Health, the state had ensured that all the employees that were working for the state, there were 27 state positions that were full-time authorized positions, that they had an opportunity either to work for Dartmouth or work for the state. During that time, a number of the employees had transitioned into state service. So since that point in time, They're currently at New Hampshire Hospital, the Division for Behavioral Health, and in other locations within the department. The department's currently at the governor's phase had about 394 positions unfunded, which is about $30 million of general funds. So while these positions do not have funding, come July 1, the department was planning to keep other positions that are unfunded currently and ensure that these positions can continue since there are employees in them and they are doing work for the department currently.
Are you aware of this?
I was aware of
Senator
some of it, yeah.
Birdsall?
Yep.
Were you involved in this at all?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think,
Representative Mooney?
I
Okay.
thought Representative Leon would like to,
Representative Leon wants to look at it.
yeah.
We're holding page 16. Page 17.
Page 17 is the Department of Education. I'm going to jump around a little bit. So row number 3, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, and on page 18, rows 20 through 25 are all relative to moving certain programs from the general fund back to the education trust fund.
I object to all of those. We'll hold these.
So jumping up to the top of the page 17, first item on row number 2 is the restoration of funds for a DOIT embedded position at the Department of Education, about $140,000 per year. This was cut in the House and was added back in the Senate.
Which number are we on?
Row number 2 on page 17.
17. Right, I thought we were finished with 17.
No, he was picking and choosing.
He
so-
skipped several.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, most of this page involves putting things in the education trust fund that were never intended to be there. From the original education trust fund was only to fund adequacy. I object to all these things being added.
Mr. Chair, while what you're saying is correct, not all of these things are related to that. So he will hold the ones you wanted to hold, and Mickey's going through the ones that are not part of that list. And this one makes sense to line number 2. This relates to sharing an OIT person with the Department of Education, and there was some back and forth about how best to handle that. And this is fine.
Does it move money from one department to another, or does it create a new job?
This is an existing position that was cut in the House phase and the money was added back in the Senate phase. So by acceding to the Senate on this, you'd have business as usual for this position.
It doesn't add to the budget?
It does.
It adds, it's the House reduced.
274,000.
Correct. The House reduced from the governor's budget, the Senate returned it to the governor's budget. So it was a
All right, we'll hold that.
Okay.
All right, infrastructure.
nope, we'll skip. So again, there's several on here, Representative Weiler, that you wanted to hold associated with the general fund education trust fund. So we will keep those on hold and I'll skip to the ones not related to that. So the next one we would go to is on line number 4.
Yep.
The department requested that $20,000 be added per year to support some staff associated with charter school application reviews. There was federal funding available for this that has dried up, so this would be a general fund add.
Representative Erf,
I'm fine with that.
anybody object? We'll accede to that one.
The next 3 items are somewhat related, 7, 8, and 9, row 7, 8, and 9. They're federal funds that the department had identified that would be available to them after the House budget had passed. They asked the Senate to include these in the budget. You can see 2 are clearly federal funds under the source of funds. 1 is other because it's federal funds passing through a separate agency.
Okay, so tell me which lines we're talking about.
7, 8, and 9.
7, 8, and 9. Any objection to exceeding? We will exceed those.
The next item on row number 10, the department had identified a variety of vacant positions that could have been abolished, and the House took those positions. These are federal funds. The department later realized that 2 of the ones they included should not have been on that list, so the Senate restored those 2 positions. That's federal funds in the voc rehab area.
So we're talking lines 8 and 9?
Line number 10.
Line number 10 only, okay. So they were not vacant.
They're not vacant, correct.
It's also federal funds, so I'm fine with it.
All right, we'll exceed on line 10.
The next change is line number 11, relative to the budget for education freedom accounts. Senate Bill 295 has been signed into law. When you get to House Bill 2, those same exact sections of law are there. You'll have to figure out how you want to handle that. As far as the operating budget, this represents the changes made by the Senate to align with their estimates of program participation.
So the
fine.
House has passed these figures.
This is, we passed different figures, they passed different figures, but this all relates to the education freedom accounts. We signed that into law just the other day, or well, not we, the governor. And basically, whatever funds are necessary for the EFA will be drawn out regardless of what's in this budget line. So this is fine.
And did you put some of this money already in the budget?
We did, and then the Senate decreased that.
All right, I guess we'll have
The details of the bills changed a little over time, right? I mean,
was it because of what we put in the bill that we passed?
So again, this is based on conversations with the managing organization of the education freedom accounts and what their estimated projected enrollment ideas were. And then we trued their projections and the Department of Education's projections for EFAs up with the actual numbers, and that's how it resulted in this.
okay.
We've always funded this from general funds, so.
No. This is education trust funds. This is education freedom accounts.
Always come from education trust funds.
Yes, sir.
Either. I know, but you put E on places that should be G. So
And I still will.
I won't accept it. You screwed it up from the last.
But this one he didn't mess with.
Screwed it up terribly.
This wasn't one of those.
What a mess you made. Anyway,
All right, line 11, so we'll accept line 11.
we'll accept line 11. All right.
So again, lines 12 through 16 are part of that. We'll keep those on hold. Those are relative to the general and education trust fund conversation. So I think similarly, we'll want to hold 17 and 18. This is illustrating the House had a policy of directing all revenue collected by the Lottery Commission to the Adequate Education Grant Accounting Unit. The Senate did not support that, so you see the reversal of those on lines 17 and 18. So we'll hold those for now because I don't think you're in a place to decide on that today.
Yeah. Now we got to go by the Constitution.
Well, you still have line 19.
Yeah, there's one more row on this on page 17.
All right.
And this
It's a
is
biggie.
row 19 relative to the appropriation for adequate education grants. The Senate reduced in fiscal 27 approximately $27 million from the House passed budget. And this is all associated with the House had proposed an increase of the differentiated aid component for special education, and the Senate kept that at current law. So a savings associated you see here.
Yes, I heard from the Education Committee on that. They're upset about that.
So I suggest holding this.
We'll hold him.
And the remainder of the Department of Education on page 18, 20 through 25 will keep on hold as part of the Education Trust Fund General Fund discussion.
Yep.
Next item in Lottery Commission, row 28. The Senate added 3 positions at the Lottery Commission's request relative to the administration of video lottery terminals.
Yep. Okay. So this should be paid for by the revenue that comes in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other funds, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, lottery being a self-funded agency, all of their money that they give to the state is net of their operational costs. So while we'll add these positions in, it will come out of any increases in revenue that are generated by lottery.
Any objection to exceeding? All right, we'll exceed on line 28.
Row 29 is the funding for the Council for Responsible Gambling. In House Bill 2, there's a section to repeal the existing Council of Responsible Gaming or Gambling, which is administratively attached to the Lottery Commission. And those functions, those services will be part of the Governor's Commission that is rewritten a little bit in House Bill 2. You'll get to that when you get
This
to
is the one that's
the
never
trailer bill.
met?
We're good with these.
You
Mr.
want to
Chair.
fund it?
So, yeah, Mr. Chair, just know that this is again part of a bigger move that moves. Lottery has been in a pretty rough spot. They're responsible for trying to get people to stop gaming at the same time, try to let people game and make money. So they didn't want that position anymore. And so this moves, in talking to the governor, we agreed to rename the Alcohol Commission program to the Treatment, Addiction Prevention and Treatment Council, and we moved responsible gaming up underneath that council because addiction is addiction. And so there's a lot of cooperative efforts that happen. Odds are if you're addicted to gaming, you might have an alcohol problem, might have a cigarette problem, cessation problem, drug problem. And so the idea was we wanted one place for addiction services. And so we moved, we took the money out of here, we funded it by the quarter point on the tax revenue instead of this way with a direct funding mechanism, and we moved it all up underneath that commission.
Did we put more money into that?
We put, it's a quarter point of whatever the revenue is that's taken in for BLTs.
Representative Valdry has his hand up.
The same discussion with House Ways and Means, and we tend to agree that having lottery do two contradicting activities was inappropriate. The funding scheme by Senate Ways and Means. Oh, I hate it. But it might make sense.
All right, we'll exceed.
Well, let's see.
You just have to remember this when we get to the other stuff.
Right.
The next item on row 32 for Police Standards and Training Council, the council had identified that they were going to make an expenditure on equipment in this current fiscal year, fiscal 25. The Senate had elected to appropriate the funds to make that purchase next year with the expectation that the Police Standards and Training Council will lapse the money this year, reducing the need for additional draw on the rainy day fund to close this fiscal year.
Representative Irv?
We had this discussion, basically, this was money that they were going to, yeah, we should have seen is the bottom line.
Yeah,
They're just moving spending from one year to another.
no, it's fine.
Any objection to exceeding? We'll exceed on line 32.
The next item, and this covers row 35 and 36 relative to the community college system. The Senate added an additional $500,000 per year from the House budget specifically for early college, the dual and concurrent enrollment program.
Given that I've seen revenues going up, even if we don't necessarily agree with where they are, I think this is a good one to accede to. This is good use of funds.
Any objection? House exceeds on line 35.
And just to point out, 36 goes along with that. This would just be amending the footnote to align with the line item in the budget.
Very good. All right.
Excuse me. Last item on page 19 is relative to the University System of New Hampshire. The Senate removed the dedicated, the higher education, higher excellence in higher education endowment trust fund, the unique money from the university systems line, took that out completely and put in general funds in its place to bring the total appropriation to the system to $85 million per year.
All right, that's going to be a whole, it's going to be a much bigger discussion. At this time, I would like to have the Republicans, full House and Senate caucus in room 212.
Which is everyone.
Some of us that are left.
And I don't know if
It's in recess.
Don't say
And,
recess.
We will
No,
recess.
no.
until 1 o'clock.
You don't want to say recess, right? You want to say,
Want to say.
Come
break.
back at?
Don't recess, because that's 12 hours. Thank you. Cancel the thought of recess. We will take a break.
Till 1 o'clock.
Till 1 o'clock. And we'll have a caucus for those I mentioned.
And maybe Senator Lang and Valerie
Get your
want to
mic.
get together?
Is there anyone here from the retirement system?
They were out in the hall.
What's that?
Yeah, I think.
I think Melissa went to get them.
So Erica, why don't you sit in for either Keith or Jose?
She gave us the wait a minute.
I think he's coming back.
I think there's sugar in it.
No, no sugar. Xylitol.
Oh.
See? Xylitol.
Oh, very good.
Good for your teeth.
All right, we'll call the committee of conference on HB1 and HB2 out of recess, or not out of recess, out of the break. And we're going to hear from the people in the retirement system. Come forward, please, and identify yourselves. And there's an extra mic over at that table for somebody, and one, whoever's going to be the main one right here.
You can bring another chair up or two.
Thank you for coming. I'm going to ask Senator Gray to make a presentation of his proposal.
Well, certainly, I think most of you have either seen or heard about the proposal that I made in the Senate Finance Committee meeting. What you have in front of you is Amendment to 2747 and 2746. Jack, you want to tell them how you had it drafted?
So there is a correction on 2746. If you go to page 2, line 19, the bold italics should be for the first 5 years of credible service, not 10.
Okay.
And then on line 31, same thing, should be 5 years. Line 36, same thing, should be 5 years. And at page 3, on line 2, should be 20 years.
20 years. Copy's coming.
So this amendment gives a 2.5% multiplier after 5 years of credible service for Tier B members, and it gives a 2.5% multiplier for Tier C members after 20 years of credible service.
Okay, there was a difference between what I had thought I'd asked for and what was received that I asked for. All right. I was asked by several people to say, could I develop a plan that costs about $15 million a year for the first 2 or 3 years? All right. And looking at the numbers that we had from my original plan that I presented in the Senate, which was going to take Tier C people and give them a benefit at 20 years, and looking at what we were doing in restoring the 2.5% to the Tier B people, what was supposed to happen in these amendments is that it was supposed to be that the Tier C people would get the 2.5% multiplier at 25 years in the first biennium, and then in the second biennium, they would get the 2.5% multiplier at 20 years. And for group 2 tier B people, they would get the multiplier brought from 15 to 10 in the first biennium and from 10 to 5 in the second biennium. And we did not try to calculate the normal costs. And since we're not doing a lot of the things that we would have done, they should be significantly less than the 6.6, which is estimated. But so if you took these two and changed the biennium on the one, you'd pretty much have what I would just describe to you. Is that the right way to go? Don't know. People asked me to put it together. I put it together. I have since found out that there's a lawsuit that has been filed in the Merrimack Superior Court, case number 217-024-CV-00702 on this issue.
Does it say what it's about?
I'll let you read it briefly. I just got it just before this. It is a long-standing tradition in the legislature that if we have a suit that's out there, that we don't take action on those things that the suit involves. So, if we were to apply that to this situation, we would not be making changes. Again, after I read it, I'll be able to do this more definitely. But after I read the suit, it appears that it may apply to this and that the legislature should take no action on this until the suit is either adjudicated or removed. So that's my little presentation to you guys.
Thank you.
This is specific, this lawsuit specifically by tier B members. And I thought that was already adjudicated long ago.
Again, Representative, remember what I said? I said either adjudicated or taken off the books.
Yeah. All right, let's hear from the.
I was just going to say, Representative, this was changed in 2011. We were sued 3 different times by the same group of individuals, and that they lost their case
Each time.
each time.
Well, I just read the first page and it says, I so-and-so am a group 2 tier B member and therefore complaint, right? So, yeah.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak to the actions that the legislature may or may not take. The actions that have been taken so far, the governor included the Group 2 retirement provisions in her version of the budget. The House supported those Group 2 retirement provisions. The Senate, with some tweaking under the leadership of Senator Lang, adjusted those, pushing them back 6 months and changing what would happen on the municipal level in 2028 and beyond. So actions have been taken. Obviously, there's no final action in the budget. But I look at the map of getting to 201 votes on the House side, 13 votes on the state Senate side, and one big, beautiful signature from the corner office for the budget. And I know that to get all 3 of those checked off, there needs to be a Group 2 retirement fix that people can live with and support, the coalition can support. Not aware of the lawsuit, so I guess after everybody else takes the turn reading it, I'll join the pile to read it as well. But I just want to make that clear. Again, it's the goal to get to 201, 13, and 1 needs the Group 2 retirement fix in the budget.
Copies are being made for the committee.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Let's hear your version.
Regarding the litigation?
Anything that you want to talk about, sir.
Speak about. Obviously, you know what's before us, and we want to hear your expert opinion. Identify yourselves. And
For the record, I'm Mark Kavanaugh, Deputy Counsel and Compliance Officer for the Retirement System.
And I'm Rick Fabrizio, Director of Communications and Legislative Affairs for the Retirement System.
I would only say briefly about the litigation. We're not a defendant in it like we were in the prior cases. But my understanding is this group thinks they have novel legal theories, but that's all I know.
Can you summarize what happened in the prior cases and what was decided and so on?
Yes, essentially the Supreme Court ruled that under what they referred to as the unmistakability doctrine, that when pension provisions were put into the law, it was not unmistakable that the legislature at that time meant that those provisions couldn't be altered in the future. And that's a general legal theory that caused those cases to run in favor of the state, and we were defendants. But it was basically what they call the unmistakability doctrine. And that is, if the legislature intends that a provision shall not be altered in the future, it has to be unmistakable in the legislation that that was the intent.
So it has to have that language.
Or language that supports a conclusion that it was unmistakable. They're not specifically magic words.
I don't understand how we could have that power. Do we have the power to pass a law such that that law can never be changed? I mean, that doesn't seem to make
Theoretically, but
sense.
that's not really my area of expertise.
Yeah.
Because everybody would do it. If we did, everybody would do it all the time, right? I mean, it's like.
Convince the majority to go along with them, I guess.
I'm certainly not an expert on federal law, but there's federal law that comes in when we're dealing with pensions also. So, what the state has ruled, the state has ruled. But basically, the way I understood the ruling was that if you were not vested, we did not make a promise to you, and therefore couldn't be obligated to keep that promise, in layman's terms.
Well, that's an accurate summary, yes.
Very good. And the Constitution says pensions are approved 1 year at a time. So that kind of tells you that you got to approve it 1 year at a time, and you can't say this is lasts forever. So anyway. So,
Thank you.
President Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you
afternoon.
for coming here this afternoon. I'd like to refer you to the language that's in the House amended version, which is, it's something that we're going to be talking about because, of course, the House passed this. It was in the governor's version. And I was here back in 2011 when we went through this. This was very, very difficult for a number of people. But at the time, the retirement system, I think we all know, was in a difficult place. And we had to make needed changes in order to get the retirement system back to a point where we were paying off the unaccrued liability. And we had to make a lot of changes, and many people were not happy with the changes we had to make. But I think it's been, 14 years, and I think those changes have been proven to be successful. One of the things that, as I was going through this language, and I'm looking at, it's page 22, I noticed that there was a pretty consistent, either a July 1st or a January 1st date. But I noticed that it's changed now to September 1st, 2013, and that's done in a number of places in the new language. Can you tell us what that means? Because everything else is 2011, because again, we divided people, if you were 10 years or more, you were vested, you were protected, you were under the old plan. If you were below that, you were considered not to be vested, and you were not eligible for those same benefits as those who were vested. So now we're starting to see for Group 2 members who attained vested status prior to September 1st, 2013. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so HB2 would provide restoration of benefits year by year based on your vested date. So for the first year, it's the September 1st, 2013. All the other years, it's January 1st, 2012, the subsequent years under. So if you were being consistent across the board, then theoretically, the first year should be 1/1/2013. So this advances by 8 months. It includes 8 months more of people in that first year improvement. Versus if it was 1/1/12, you have a certain number of people, but now it's 9/1/13, and you have anyone who vested between 1/1/12 and 9/1/13 gets the benefit of the changes in the first year. And whereas if you were consistent, it was 1/1/12, then 1/1/13, then 1/1/14, then 1/1/15, there'd be fewer people who got it in the first year.
Okay, so are you saying that this is adding a new group of individuals?
No, it's just taking individuals who were, any individual that was vested between 1/1/12 and 9/1/13 will get the benefit of these changes in the first year they're effective.
Okay, because it's my understanding that, and I'm just looking at language here, for Group 2 members who commence service on or after July 1st, 2011, and who have not, and what's stricken out, and who has not attained vested status prior to January 1st, 2012, now it reads September 1st, 2013. What's the difference here?
The extra 8 months of people who
Okay,
who would have to wait otherwise.
So there's now a group that is now going to be eligible to get this benefit, whereas under the old law that we passed, they were not eligible.
Correct, but HB2 was designed, or intended, I think, to say, we're going to restore people to where it was prior to 2011. And we're going to do it year by year by year. So we're going to take current law that says vested by and move it forward a year. And so that takes in that group of people. And then the next year, the next group of people, 2013, 2014. What this does is in the first year, it's not just 1 year's worth of people, it's 1 year and 8 months worth of people. So those people who are vested between 1/1/12 and 9/1/13 are going to get the benefit of the changes in the first year. Whereas if it had been consistent in using 1/1/12, they would have had to wait to the second year to get it.
Okay. Do you know how big that group is that gets the extra?
We had a RTK on that, and so we compiled that, and it was a lot more than I thought. Around 150.
Okay. So we're talking about an additional 100 people, 150 people. So if this committee decided to ask for a right to know request to find out who those 150 members are that are going to benefit, is that something you would be able to give us?
Send it to you this afternoon.
Okay.
Because
thank
we
you.
already did it. For a member of the public asked for it a few
Okay.
weeks ago.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Lang.
Yeah, again, I just want to make sure I understand what you just said. So does it change the total number of people eligible, or does it only change when those eligible people receive the benefit?
The latter. It just accelerates.
It just
Eligibility
accelerates
for
the
some
who's
people.
eligible soon, they'd be eligible sooner, but it doesn't change the
Correct.
gross number of people over the
And just,
10-year span we're talking about.
yes. And Senator Carson, I believe I sent a copy of that list to Grant
Okay. Thank you.
a couple
Representative
of
Leon.
weeks ago.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this change the amount that those people in that 8-month window would end up receiving under the retirement benefits because they vest a year sooner?
No. I mean, their calculation is what the calculation is. So when they retire, it's years of service times the multiplier. So if they are retiring under the new law, they're going to get a better benefit than they do today. If this, let's call them that tranche of 8 months worth of people from 1/1 1112 to 9113, if they retired before next year, then they'd get additional benefits earlier. But it's basically a timing thing.
So as a follow-up, they would have anybody in that group would have a financial benefit because they have the option, if they are retiring that year, to get more money. They may choose to forgo that benefit if they don't retire in this first year, but there is a real true financial benefit if they choose to retire during that year.
It's giving them the financial benefit of the proposed changes earlier than if that was 1113 instead of 9113.
Thank you.
I think what Representative Leon was trying to get at is that if I were in this group, okay, that I am also getting the benefit of being able to retire that much sooner. Okay.
Yes.
The financial, at the end, I will get one more year probably of money at the new rate. So there is a small, but it also gives me the benefit of being able to retire sooner at that higher rate.
Correct.
Why was it changed?
You'll have to ask the sponsor. I don't know.
How recently?
How recently was it changed? When HB 727 was introduced in January. The very first proposal had that date. And all our fiscal note worksheets have pointed out the anomaly of using September 1st. And this is the first chance or first time we've been asked about it.
So that wasn't in previous bienniums versions?
No.
No, okay.
Well, let me qualify that. No, because previous bienniums didn't use this year by year structure. They were giving everyone the benefit at the same time.
That's a new thing this year.
Right.
I see. May I continue?
And that, I think, the spreading it out over years was to reduce the cost.
Okay. So the way I read this is it's sliding everybody who is currently a tier B into tier A over time.
Right.
The first group, the next group, the first year or whatever, the next, and so on. And it's doing it after they have roughly 22 or 23 years of service. Is that right?
It's anywhere from 21 to 24 now. So depends on how many years of service they had on 1112. This from 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 9, 8 to 10. In each of those tranches, the retirement age goes up a year and the percentage goes down from 2.4 to 2.3, 2.2, 2.1. And that's a transitional chart that's in RSA 100A5 2D.
I guess the way I read it is the first group, the 2013, is anybody who is vested on 2013, right?
Right.
So anybody who was vested on 2013 started work 2003 or earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to move them into Group B here in 2025. Group A, Tier A.
Right.
In 2025, yes?
Yes.
So therefore, they started in 2003. They're being moved into Tier A in 2025. So they must have 22 years of service.
Correct.
Right.
Under the new law, they would be 22. So they're in Tier A, which is 45 years. I mean, age 45 and 20 years, but they're already past 20 years. So effectively 22. Correct.
And then the next group that gets slid in 2026, they started in 2004, right? And so therefore, they're also 20. So basically, when somebody has 22 years of service, they're being moved. Okay.
Yes, and to that extent, acceleration, the date of eligibility is accelerated.
And the key benefit they get is the ability to retire at age 45 with 2.5%, and the spiking and all that other stuff, right? Because right now tier A's have to work 20 years in order to retire, right? They can retire at age 45 or 20 years, right?
And
20 years. but we're not moving people into tier A until they've already worked 22 years, according to this.
Correct.
Right? So therefore, the 20-year part that
Right.
is irrelevant, right?
Right.
So, but what tier B now has, they have to work till 50. Am I right? They have to work till 50? Oh, no, they have a table.
Tier C, yeah, they have
Yeah,
the table.
They have a table. So some of them have to work till
21 to
46
24.
to 47.
I mean, yeah,
Right.
I'm sorry. Year, age-wise, yeah.
Yes.
46 to 49.
And some of them get 2.4% and some get 2.3%.
Correct.
Like, okay, I see. So for all of them, we're making it 45 years old, right? And 2.5%.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I get it. And we're letting them add their vacation pay and their sick pay and
That's the other
all
part
this
of the
other
bill. Yeah,
stuff, right.
changes to restoring the definition of earnable compensation to where it was before 2011.
Yes, all right, thank
It's
you.
very expensive.
It is very expensive.
Representative Leon, do you remember this legislation coming before your committee?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do remember it coming before my committee, and I was told by the sponsor and by the representative who introduced it that there was a drafting error. I'm not remembering exactly if that's why we didn't ask about the September 1st date, but I believe these are the sort of details that I usually ask questions on. So I'm actually going to look back at those tapes and see what that discussion was. But I was told that there had been an error. It would be fixed when it was put in House Bill 2. And then I believe I was also told that, no, that wasn't an error afterwards, once it was included in House Bill 2. So it had an interesting process, and I'm sorry that I didn't dig into that a little closer when it was in my committee. It basically, because it was going into the budget, it was an idea to hear it, see what was going on, and then table it so that finance could put that in. It could be part of the budget.
So there was a claim that there was an error in the original 2011 bill?
No, that there was a drafting error in House Bill 727. I believe that's why I didn't prod too much on the September 1st date.
Further.
Sorry. Have you looked at Senator Gray's two proposals here today?
Yes, I had a chance to look at them. I got a copy last night. I don't wait on a final version. Haven't seen what has transpired since yesterday in terms. Jack said there were a few changes. I sent a couple comments to him as well. But it's fairly simple. I think the changes are minor language things. So yes.
Can you give us a ballpark cost estimate for these, or?
Well, we can. We talked with the actuary about it last night, and I talked to him this morning. And without being able to do a full study, I'll always qualify it, full valuation. When we prepared the valuation on May 2nd of this year, that had this chart that Senator Gray had asked us to do and show the different options. The first option was return the multiplier to 2.5 years for all years of service and not make the other two changes to average final or earnable comp. And that's a cost of $39.8 million. And so the actuary said, well, if you're doing 5 years at a time, then each 5 years costs you 1/3 of that approximately. So dropping it from 15 to 10 is 13.3 million. Dropping it from 10 to 5, another 13.3 million. And that's the rough cost. Now, the second part of the bill is to give 2.5 to tier Cs after 20 years. And that is just so far out there to predict because it'll be 12 years before the person gets there. And there would be multiple factors, demographic changes. We would have had 3 experience studies that might change underlying assumptions. You have no idea how that's going to affect behavior patterns in our estimates, in rely on historical data for when retirements typically occur. And we don't have that for tier Cs because most of them are not old enough. The only tier Cs who have retired are those who retired by age, not because they, reach age 65. And so due to those variable things being so far in the future, it'd be very difficult for the actuary to put a number on it.
Now, am I right? When you say after 20 years, they get 2.5%, does that mean they get 20 years of 2% and then,
Yes.
let's say they retire at 25 years, they get 5 years of 2.5%?
Correct.
So is that times their salaries in those 5 years, or is it somehow a blended?
It's their high 5 years whenever they occurred. So if in year 7 they had a lot of overtime and special duty, and that happens to be one of their high 5 years, we count that year.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
for the multiplier, okay, which is the 2.5, for those first 20 years, times 2% is 40%. All right. And for every year after 20, they would get the 2.5% for those years. And then that multiplier is what you use on either the high 3 or the high 5, depending upon which way the bill is. Okay. So the multiplier, because of the 2.0 going to 2.5 at a particular point, then that's additive. It adds together to get you that final multiplier that you use. I think I've done that correctly.
Right. Well, the calculation would be 2% for the first 20 years and 2.5 for each year after that, and the same average final compensation in both components.
Gotcha.
Depending on which were the high
Didn't
5
we
years.
eliminate spiking in earlier versions?
Of
Yeah.
the current law, the changes in the definition of earnable compensation to eliminate primarily for Group 2's payout of accruals for vacation and sick time, and a limitation on compensation over base if in your high, let's say for Tier C, in your high 5 years is more than your career average, including the high 5 years, we would limit you to the career average as a percentage of compensation over base in your high 5 years, what we count. And for Group 2's compensation over base is primarily overtime and special duty.
So the reason we eliminated it was because of the problem in 2011 was all the people spiking and then retiring. There never was enough money put in the first place to compensate for the larger base that you retired at when you were able to inflate it in your last year or so.
Well, that was one element of the equation to the changes overall. You know, the changes were designed to reduce overall costs and increase funding, like with the changes in the employee rates. But it was a combination of different factors, and those who had higher average final compensation because they worked a lot of overtime or special duty towards the end of their career, that would be more limiting now due to the COB rule that compares your high 5 average to your career average.
So is this current law that we see now, this allows all this spiking to come back that we've taken away?
It would, as proposed now, it would alter the definition of average final compensation such that there was no limitation in the high 5 years as to the amount of compensation over base you could earn.
Or Tier B employees.
Right.
For Tier B, yeah, exactly.
Because I'm sorry, because what it looks like is when we passed this law, those that were vested were allowed to continue to do that because that was the law at the time they became vested. But it wasn't intended to be for the people who were not vested. And so what the version that the House passed says is that on a rolling basis, they're going to be eligible to do that kind of activity over time. So you're giving them that ability to spike once again. And I don't think that was, I don't know if that was intended. And that's the problem when you have such a very complicated piece of policy, and it's what we're debating right now. And this is really something that we need to sit down with and to go through line by line by line. And this committee doesn't have the time to do that. One thing, there's a couple points I'd like to make, and a question I'd like to ask. This is being sold to us as this is a recruitment and a retention tool. We all know that we have difficulty in getting police to serve and firefighters to serve. I don't see any retention here. I just see us giving a helping hand to people who are ready to retire, give them an enhanced benefit, and they're out the door. But is there any recruitment tool in the House version? Because I don't see a recruitment tool in the House version, because there's nothing for the people who are going to be coming into service, whereas Senator Gray's does provide them with an enhanced benefit. Would you say that's one of the differences between the two versions?
I think when you say Senator Gray's proposal, since I've got several out there, you would need to define whether you're talking about the one made in the Senate Finance Committee, or what would be the combination of these two proposals, one in biennium 1 and one in biennium 2, to allow him to answer the question more fully.
Okay. I'll take the last version of biennium 1 and biennium 2.
That would incentivize Tier Cs to work longer if they want to get to 25 years, I would suspect. But I'm reluctant to make any general statements about retention and recruitment. Those are human resource and economic and issues that are not in my area of expertise.
I'd just like to ask a question of you professionally. When we passed the bill in 2011, in fact, I think it was done in 2006, they set up decennial commissions. Every 10 years, we were going to take a look at the retirement system. We did it in 2017. It's upcoming in 2027. Do you think it would be appropriate to wait to look at this in 2027, when we have the actuaries for the retirement system actually there doing the fiscal analysis, instead of, it seems like what we're trying to do is like a back of the envelope kind of projections and understanding on how to pay for this. So do you think it would be better to wait until 2027 to take a look at this?
I'll respectively decline to answer that. That's a political question.
Okay. No, it's not a political question. I mean, it was set up for the retirement system for us to do 10-year look backs to see if what we had done was working. And there's been some tinkering around the edges of the retirement system over the years. So we're going to have an opportunity in 2027 to sit down with the retirement system along with the actuaries and other folks to take a look and see, how is this working? Are we on the right path? Are there things that we need to do? And this, to me, seems like this would be a question that could be posed at that particular time when you have all the knowledgeable people about our retirement system sitting there in the room.
Well, the only thing I'd be willing to say is if it went to the decennial commission, it would likely get a more thorough review.
Thank you.
Do you recall what percentage funding is there actuarially in the present retirement locus versus what 100% would be?
In the high 60s, I don't have the exact number. It varies. A couple months ago, we had $1 billion less because the market went down, and we've recovered it already. And we're back up over 13 billion. And so underfunding is always a ratio of your assets.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what it is off the top of my head currently.
Mm-hmm.
I think in 2011, it was less than 50%.
It was more than 50, but not much more. I think it was 52.
52?
I wasn't here then, but
Then we had this 30-year plan,
correct.
and now we're 14 years into it. We
Right.
haven't made much progress.
We have in terms of the amount of assets, but that hasn't been directly proportional to the reduction in the underfunding because of interim actuarial studies and the economic downturn, and during COVID and a couple of years prior to that. So we have more than twice the amount of assets. Now, I should also say that the 30-year plan was a 30-year plan that we're halfway through. And the economics of that plan was designed that during the first half of those 30 years, your progress is very small, year by year. And when you get to that break-even point, all of a sudden, the improvement is multiplied. It's a economic actuarial thing. That's as best as I can explain it. But the intent was that we would see relatively modest increases during the first half of the 30 years and then multiplying in terms of its magnitude over the second half of those 30
Been
years.
some time since I looked at it, but I remember they made certain assumptions that the hiring would increase and the pay would increase, and I don't think those assumptions have been carried out. I don't think we've increased as many jobs as they thought.
No, that's a good point, and that's part of our experience study is to look at payroll growth, and we have had several. We do an actual study experience study every 4 years, and I believe in the last two we've reduced our payroll growth, particularly as it relates to teachers. Yes, those the less payroll growth, the less contributions you anticipate to get in the future, a large portion of which is dedicated to the underfunding. And so if you're getting less, people getting paid less, or let's just say overall payroll is less because you have fewer employees, then that's less contributions, the large portion of which goes to the UAL. So it's a whole knock-on effect.
You mentioned Group 1. Is there an equivalent tier A, B, and C in Group 1? And can they boost their pensions with sick time and vacation time and this kind of stuff?
Group 1, the definitions of earnable comp are the same for
Okay.
Group 1 and Group 2. The rule, what I call the haircut for compensation over base, for Group 1, it compares high five to the rest of your year, not including the high five. And for Group 2, it's high five over your whole career, including the high five, which minimizes the difference. And we did have an actual example where a gentleman had over $100,000 of overtime in his last 4 years. And his haircut under Group 2 is to reduce what we count in that overtime by 25%. In Group 1, it would have been 65%. So you think, oh, what's the difference? High five versus all career or high five versus rest of career? It can be significant depending on, especially if your overtime comes in your last 3 to 5 years, 5 years rather.
Let me go back to the first part of my question. Is there a tier A, B, and C in Group 1?
Yes.
And is the A's those who were vested on
Yes.
2011?
Yes.
July 1st, 2011?
Correct.
Okay. So those people, if somebody was just vested then, right? So they started work in 2001 and you're Group 1, you're probably not going to retire till 2040 or something, right? So
age 60?
Yeah. Yeah. So so we're still allowing, since they're a tier A,
Yes.
we'd be allowing a lot of them to still boost their pension with overtime. I mean, not overtime. Vacation, sick time, all the
Yes.
stuff.
Yes.
Through 2040 or something, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah, until they retire at age 60.
Yeah.
So that's going to
Because they tend to retire much older and later.
Oh,
yeah. Or they're required.
It's not a choice. They got to wait till 60. Tier C has to wait till 65. I mean, you can retire early as 55, but you're going to take like a 1/4 or 1/8% per month. You retire early, reduction in your pension, and it's 1/4, 1/8, and there's another fraction, all depending on how many years of service you have. So the more years of service, the smaller the early retirement reduction is. But if you want your full retirement and your 100% of your benefit, you have to wait till age 60 for Tier A and Tier B, and age 65 for Tier C.
Okay. So it's very common today that any Group 1 person who retires takes advantage of this kind of benefit.
Yes, but when it's...
But you're right, it can't be as significant.
Right. And in contrast to overtime and special duty, where you can anticipate perhaps and work a lot more for your last 3, 4 years, 5 years, Tier A's, a lot of positions don't have much overtime. None of them have special duty. That's strictly Group 2. And the accruals and the payouts of your accruals all come in your last year when you retire. And so we have another rule, the 150% rule, that says if your compensation in your final year is 150% or more of it, what it was in your penultimate year, we're going to limit it to that 150%. So that does have a dampening effect on how much your pension can be increased by those accruals. For instance, someone who has got the maximum accruals and gets the largest payout. Other types of compensation over base that you see for Group 1 that you don't see for Group 2 are incentives to retire. Like you saw the schools say, well, older teachers, if you retire now, we'll pay you your salary for 6 months or a year after you retire. And with respect to that type of arrangement, we also have a rule that if you have that, we only count monies paid within 120 days of your retirement. So if that payment is spread out over the whole next year, we're only going to count the first 120 days, or 4 months essentially. So there are other provisions that are designed to address the issue.
Does the 150% apply to Group 2s also?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Okay. Senator Land.
I'm hoping Senator Gray can run through his 2 amendments and make me more clear on what each amendment does, so I have a better understanding.
The amendments were not drafted the way I had anticipated them. It should have been first biennium and second biennium, where we took group tier C employees and said, okay, we will bring you up to 2.5% at 25 years in the first biennium and bring you to 2.5% at 20 years in the second biennium. And then the Group 2 Tier B people, we would take them from the 2.5 at 15 years to 2.5 at 10 years. And then in the next biennium, take it down 2.5 at 5 years, anticipating that there would be a third section to this that would go on for them to bring them down to 0 in a third biennium. But again, the thing that I was asked to do is to get this down around 15 million a year, okay? Which, according to their calculations, for the multiplier, taking it from the 39 down to 13, gets me there without, and because none of the Tier C people are hitting that retirement age yet, it is too difficult to calculate. Now, none of this says that there would be what the normal cost would be. And I'm estimating that the normal cost, in the first year would be, well, the first year there won't be any because the rates have already been calculated.
Correct.
And in the second year, I'm guessing that it would be 2.5 to 3%, or I should say 2.5 to $3 million of monies that the localities would have to pay. But that is certainly a off the cuff, wild ass guess, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, were any in the Group 1, were any of those affected by the changes in the retirement system back in 2011?
Those persons who were employed but not vested
Right.
got the alternative definition of earnable comp, which essentially for Group 1s is the elimination of accruals for payouts of sick and vacation.
So,
And for tier Cs, people hired after 1/1/12, you also had a retirement age increase to 65.
are you concerned that if some of these changes are made to the group 2, that we're going to see some coming from group 1 that want to reinstate their benefits?
I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. That would be normal human behavior.
Do you know how many employees that could feasibly be?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but tier Cs are now over half of our population. Tier Cs. Tier Bs, I don't know that number off the top of my head. I could find out for you, but.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dan, no, Dan, looks like he
Yeah,
has a question.
can any tier C retire today? Or do they not yet have?
Yeah,
20
no,
years?
no, they have to be, well, they could if they were 65, because you
They
can
were
retire at
65.
65 regardless of your years of
number of
service, but
years.
for group 2 tier Cs,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it's very unlikely, right?
But 65 is, I'm sorry, it's group 1. Tier Cs, look that up. It's 52 and a half in 25 years, although you can stop working at 50 and then start collecting your benefit at 52 with a true service retirement. Without, the difference being that if that rule allowing you to stop working and wait 2.5 years, typically if you stop working and then sign up for your benefit later when you're age eligible, you're a deferred vested, not a service retirement. And for group 2s, that means you don't get the 50% auto spousal survivor benefit.
So if somebody's 52 and a half and only has 11 years of service or something, can they retire?
No. They have to wait till 60.
60.
If they get to 60, they can retire regardless of years of service.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Jim, that's.
One other point, when we did the Senate and pushed it back 6 months, we anticipated a savings of about 13 to 15 million. I questioned that, and I have not been able to talk to you about that because of the way that the things were calculated. That certainly that would push it into a 6 biennium, that 13 million I would save in the first one at least. But I didn't even think that it would be possible to anticipate those savings by pushing back the plan by 6 months. Would you like to comment?
I guess the way we viewed it was not so much savings, but as a deferral of that cost. The cost is what the cost is, and it's just if you move the effective date ahead 6 months, the actuary said that's really not going to change the cost very much.
So it just pushes that money into the 6 biennium.
Right. If you don't appropriate it now, then it's got to be appropriated later. There would be a difference because you're delaying things for 6 months, but that's not a huge amount of money. It's very small, according to the actuary. He didn't do a calculation, but just logic, actuarial logic says that's really not going to move the needle much.
I just wanted to ask the question because it was on my mind.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And are all of these projections based on today's dollars, so they take no inflation into account?
Well, the way they would do it is project out what benefits would be under the changed formulas, and then to determine a current cost or impact on the UAAL, then they discount it back using a reasonable discount rate. And so that takes that equation of projecting out has an inflation factor, and the discount has a discount factor, which are often the same number.
Thank you. But those 6 months, if we're debating what's happening 11 years from now, I think that's not worth it. So sorry.
Anything else from committee members? Senator Lyon.
So again, I think I spoke to Chairman Gray. The intention was just a slide. Right? We know that what the cost was, which was 270. Paid it all at once. It was 195. But because we're putting it out, it was a 270 cost. And the shift of 6 months was strictly to save this biennium because we were at struggling revenue numbers, was strictly to save that $13 million in this biennium, rather, and we knowing it would extend out to another biennium by the slide.
Okay.
I remember the full cost today as 234 million. Is that wrong?
Which version?
Yeah, the one we put in the House version of the budget.
I believe it came out to there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have a 6-page analysis from you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
okay.
that was the
So why
number
is he
in
saying
the actuary
198?
report for for the House passed bill that we provided a couple of months ago.
But he just said 198, right? So
As
there's
if we paid it all right now.
that right, and that's what I'm talking
But
about.
that was a different version.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And remember, those two numbers don't include the normal costs, which would be paid by the localities, because they don't calculate that.
Yes.
On a full valuation, we would calculate the normal cost, which is the impact on contribution rates attributable to the benefit that accrues each year, that's earned each year by the members, as opposed to the impact of increasing benefits on the liability, the UAL, we call it.
Okay. We all know a lot more than we started at.
I'm happy to help.
Thank you very much. If there's nothing further, appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Want to get to House Bill 2?
Yeah, well, I think Mr. Kane has a new thing to put before us.
Sure. So if you want to pull out, it's House Bill 1 sections. It's a 10-page document, legal size. You'll see it starts with an index. It's dated 6/12/2013, titled Index for Side-by-Side Comparison, House Bill 1, back of the budget sections, House passed versus Senate passed. And this is the document we had handed out a day ago, yesterday, and it's also posted online. There aren't many sections in House Bill 1. These are outside of Section 1, which is the big 1,500-page document in front of you. In the back of that are you have various sections. You have footnotes, which limit where transfers can be made, how agency income has to be calculated. You also have back of the budget reductions in revenue estimates. So I was just going to walk you through that document to show you areas where you have no change, and then areas you're most likely going to want to hold on because it's part of a larger discussion on those agencies that you've held. So if we go to the House Pass Section 1.08 and Senate Section 1.08, those are the so-called budget footnotes. Those are the limits on transfers, the allowance of transfers. There's no change between the House and the Senate. So that would be something that for the next iteration from our office, we would gray out unless we're told otherwise. I highly doubt there'll be any changes on 1.08. Boilerplate language under House Pass Section 2, Senate Pass Section 2 on page 2. No change between the House and the Senate. Identical language between those. Boilerplate language on House Pass Section, Senate Pass Section 3, assignment of office space. That's what allows Commissioner Arlinghouse to move state agencies into available state office space when it is becomes available. House Pass Section 4 and Senate Pass Section 4 is also boilerplate language. There is no difference. This is for the Lottery Commission relative to the purchase of tickets. No difference between the House and the Senate. Same language. House Pass Section 5 and Senate Pass Section 5 is relative to positions abolished. If you turn to page 4 of the document, you can see there are various differences based on the decisions that are being made in House Bill 1. I would hold this section for now. This is probably one of the last sections that the committee will approve to reflect your changes in House Bill 1, Section 1. Under House Pass Section 6, Senate Pass Section 6, Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Child Support Services, payments to the Administrative Office of the Courts. This is also boilerplate language with no difference between the House and the Senate. House Pass Section 7 was removed in the Senate, then that's the judicial branch back of the budget reduction. Until you're ready to make a decision on that, you would hold this section. On House Pass Section 8, Senate Pass Section 7, that is the legislative branch general fund appropriation reductions of $500,000 a year. No difference between the House and the Senate, and also no changes proposed in Section 1 as well. House Pass Section 9, Senate Pass Section 8 is the Office of the Governor. This is a general fund appropriation reduction of $50,000 a year. Again, identical language between the House and the Senate. House Pass Section 10, Senate Pass Section 9 is Department of Information Technology. This is the back of the budget reduction. The Senate did slightly amend this section. If you want to discuss that now, or if you want to hold that pending.
Yeah, let's talk about this now.
Okay, sure. So I'll just have, if Jack wants to explain kind of the differences between the House and Senate proposal on the back of the budget.
So the department just requested to get rid of the word shared, and it would just make them easier to split up the distribution of the cut.
I think we could approve that. Yeah.
Well, the Senate didn't add it.
They're taking the word shared out twice in this little section just to make it a little clearer, I guess. So it's
Exactly.
But,
yeah.
so is this a request by the department to remove the word shared twice?
Yes, exactly.
All right. Any objection on the
No,
House side?
we can approve this. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we,
Proceed on that one.
House will accede on that, okay? So we will include in House Bill 1 the Senate version of that language. On House Pass Section 11, that was removed. That was the New Hampshire retirement system back of the budget reduction. That item is on hold until further discussion. House Pass Section 12 was also removed from the Senate. That was the Department of Justice General Fund appropriation reductions. You've put some items on hold under the detailed change, so that would remain on hold. Bless you. House Pass Section 13, Senate Pass Section 10, Department of Natural and Cultural Resources General Fund appropriation reductions. No change, no difference between the House and the Senate versions. House Pass Section 14, Senate Pass Section 11, Department of Environmental Services General Fund appropriation reduction. I believe it's about $3 million. No change between the House and the Senate. On House Pass Section 15, Senate Pass Section 12 on page 8. You discussed this in the detailed change earlier this morning. This is the Health and Human Services back of the budget reduction, where the House had acceded to the Senate's position to move that to 25.5 a year. So we would mark that as a House accede and gray that out based on your earlier vote.
Okay.
Next item is House Pass Section 16, Senate Pass Section 13, Department of State General Fund appropriation reductions. No difference, no change between the House and the Senate versions. They are identical. There are new sections that were added by the Senate. Those would be Senate Sections 14, Senate Sections 15 and 16, which are back of the budget reductions relative to the Human Rights, Liquor Commission, and Department of Corrections. You would hold those based on further discussions you're going to have on those budgets and those proposals. So I would hold those sections, Senate Section 14 through 16. You'll also want to hold until you get to an agreement on unrestricted revenue. This will reflect this Section 17 in House passed and Senate passed versions will reflect the unrestricted revenue that this committee agrees to at the end of this process. We will draft an amendment to reflect all your changes. So as of this point, you're not in a position to approve or accede on that one. And then the effective date, we will just change that as July 1st, 2025, and there should be no changes, but we'll just keep that one open for now until everything is finalized.
Very good.
So that's it for House Bill 1. We're going to assume that in the areas of no change, we're going to gray those items out when we bring you the index back.
Agreed.
If you'd like to go to House Bill 2, I can just quickly go through the index. You don't have to go into the detail right now. It is a large document. This is a side-by-side, trying to find page 1. It is pretty significant, almost a 450-page document. It is online, and personally, it's easier to find what you're looking for online. But on the first 33 pages is an index for side-by-side comparison. As you go through and agree to some of these items, we will again shade out and put the comments, the actions of the committee. We will then reprint these 33 pages, not the entire document. And so if I run through on page 1, I'm going to just go through a couple of them real quick. I won't have to go through all the sections, but just on 1, you can see House Pass Section 1, Senate Pass Section 1. There is no change between those two actions on the Fish and Game Endangered Species Conservation Act. So we would assume, unless directed otherwise, or unless you come back to it, that there'll be no change unless the committee puts it on hold or has a future amendment.
That is correct.
House Pass Section 2, Senate Pass Section 2, there is an amendment relative to Endangered Species Conservation Act. At this point, I would say as you get to areas where they are amended, you just hold on to that, and then I'd like to run you through all the no changes. You can look at House Pass Sections 5 all the way through House Pass Section 15, the corresponding section of the Senate. There are no differences between the House and Senate versions there. And again, we'll gray those out unless there's a future amendment that comes forward. We do have House Pass Section 16. That is a House only. We have the bottom of that page. There are some Senate only sections relative to solid waste. I would hold off on that for now. On page 2, all those sections other than down to House Pass Section 28 and 29, I think you want to hold everything on this page because that has to do with retirement. So there will be a retirement amendment that you will be discussing. So even though there's a no change, we're not going to gray those ones out until you make your decision on that. And that would carry straight through page 3. We'll keep all of those on hold for now until future decisions. On page 4, that will take you all the way through House Pass Section 58. So those remain on hold. I think everything else on page 4 will remain on hold. That has to do with the VLTs, video lottery terminals, and changes there. There's going to be discussions relative to that. On page 5, we have House Pass Section 70, Senate Pass Section 39 relative to Board of Tax and Land Appeals staff relative to hiring staff within the appropriations that you will eventually agree on. There's no changes between the House and Senate version of that, but we're going to leave that unshaded until there's a final agreement on Board of Tax and Land Appeals. House Pass Section 71, Senate Pass Section 70 is Department of Business and Economic Affairs. No change between the House and the Senate. That's true for House Pass Sections 72 and 41, Senate Pass Section 41. Also, all the way through House Pass Section 76, Senate Pass Section 45, no change. There is a repeal on the Commission of Aging proposed by the House on House Pass Section 77. We'll keep that one unshaded, remain it on hold, and that is true for everything down to House Pass Section 80. Everything else remain on hold. On House Pass Section 80, that's Department of Corrections Funding Transfer Authority. There's no change. Qualifications and compensation of certain officials, no change between House and Senate. And then the industries, the prison industries inventory account relative to the lapsing ability, no change to that. So those we will shade out unless a future amendment comes forward. We will keep on hold House Pass Section 83, Senate Pass Section 54. We have House Pass Section 84, Senate Pass Section 55. There's no change. This has to do with the HHS, and that includes House Pass Section 85 and 56. That has to do with the exemption from certain transfer procedures. You'll remember in fiscal how HHS will come in with a department-wide transfer. So this is the authority that allows them that. No change between either the House and the Senate. And I'll try to speed up a little, but on page 6, boilerplate language, House passed 86, Senate passed 57, no change between the two. This has to do with prospective repeal of eligibility for services. No change on House passed section 87 and 88 relative to suspension of graduate medical education payments and catastrophic aid payments under HHS. Both the House and Senate are in agreement. Senate removed this section, House passed section 89 relative to fiscal committee approval of supplemental funding necessary for Medicaid to Schools program, necessary to come to fiscal to request additional federal funds. That authority already exists for agencies to come to request federal funds. This section was put in a couple of years ago or a biennium ago when there was an issue with a federal audit of Medicaid to Schools program. But they're currently, even without this section, fiscal committee does have the authority to approve that. So the Senate removed that. We have no change. Oh, so that's House passed section 89.
You've already got the authority to do it, and that's why we took it out.
Medicaid to Schools program?
Yeah, so it's just providing the ability to HHS to come in to accept federal funds for the Medicaid to Schools program. They actually already have that ability to come in under 1430 to accept federal funds. This was put in a biennium ago because there was that issue at the local level relative to the Medicaid Schools program, and it was just kind of a second belt to the belt and suspenders. It's not necessary for the department to have it, to come in and to request from fiscal, so that's why the Senate removed it.
All right, we can take it out.
Okay, so we'll put House a seed, and again, all these you can come back to at any time.
Wait,
You want to put that on hold? Okay,
not yet.
Yeah.
we'll keep that on hold, yes.
Maybe speak to Representative Evans.
Sure. House passed section 90 and 91, no change between the House and Senate. 92 and 93 are relative to WIC Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Those are amendments. I would hold off on those for now. Note House passed section 94, Senate passed section 64, no change. We will assume, unless there's something further coming from amendment, that that section stays as is, identical in the House and the Senate. We would hold on House passed section 95 relative to congregate housing, since that was amended by the Senate. House passed sections 96 through 100 are identical to Senate passed sections 66 through 70. So no change. That has to do with HHS positions established, repeal of former positions that are no longer needed. Identical language between the House and Senate, so we would shade that out. We would hold for now on House passed section 101 since it has been amended by the Senate. That also includes House passed section 102. Hold on Senate passed section 72. That has to do with the pilot program for developmental services. You'd also hold on Senate passed section 73 and House passed section 104 since they aren't identical in the two versions. Either body has removed them or not included. But at the bottom of that page, for now, I would anything relative to on House passed section 105 and 106, Senate passed section 74, 75, anything relative to pharmacy copays. That's something that, even though there are individual sections that may not be a difference between the House and Senate, I would hold these sections until you have a final agreement between the House and Senate on those provisions, and that would include on page 7 House passed sections 107 and 108, which would remain on hold. No change on House passed sections 109 and 79. That has to do with Medicaid eligibility. No change between the House and Senate. House passed section 110, Senate passed section 80, Child Care Scholarship Program. Again, no change between those. House passed sections 111 all the way through House passed section 117 and Senate passed sections 81 through 87 are identical, so we would shade those out on a future index. We would hold House passed section 118 since that was removed by the Senate and will be discussed further. Also on page House Pass Sections 119 all the way through 121. We would hold, since they were removed by the Senate. We will hold House Pass Section 122 relative to the Education Trust Fund. You're going to have further discussions on that. I believe 123 and 124 are unrelated, and there's no change. It just has to do with the funding of the chartered public schools. So no change between the House and Senate on House Pass Sections 123, 124, Senate Pass Sections 89 and 90. Was an amendment, so those ones we would shade out for now. There was an amendment to House Pass Sections 125 and Senate Section 91. That has to do with the adequacy grants, and you talked today about the $27 million that the House had added. You'll have a further discussion on that one. No changes. House Pass Sections 126 through 128, Senate Pass Sections 92 through 94, so those would be grayed out for now. On page 8, everywhere on the following page, other than House Pass Sections 141, 142, will be grayed out since there are no changes between either the House or the Senate. On page 9, there are no changes from House Pass Sections 151 all the way through 154. This has to do with the various Department of Safety statutes on EMS, has to do with the repeal of the Ben Thompson Fund, so we will shade those out. We get to page, the amendment on House Pass Section 155, Senate Pass Section 119. This will be on hold. This has to do with the cap on revenue sharing at $137 million that was approved by the House, but not contained in the Senate version. So we'll hold off on that. No change on House Pass Sections 156 all the way through 165, which is corresponding to Senate Pass Sections 120 through 129. No change between House and Senate. We would gray those out. We would keep on hold House Pass Section 166 and 167 relative to the Love New Hampshire Lakes number plates. Relative to Sections 168 all the way through, we go on to the next page, on page 10 to House Pass Sections 176. No differences between the House and the Senate versions of those sections. And again, any amendments that come forward from members of the committee, they can always be revisited, but at this point we would shade those out. On page 10, House Pass Sections 177 and 178, Senate Pass Sections 139 and 140, have to do with the business tax distribution of funds. You want to hold off on that. That has to do with the percentages that are distributed to the Education Trust Fund and General Fund. Business taxes, tobacco tax, and real estate transfer tax. The House had proposed a 70-30 split between General and Education Trust Fund. The Senate's proposing 64.5, 55.5. That is a part of a larger discussion. So those sections 177 all the way through 180 on the House and 139, 142 remain on hold. No changes on House Pass Sections 181 between the House or the Senate all the way to 185 with the Department of Energy Transfer Authority. So we would gray those out. We would hold House Pass Section 186, Senate Pass 148, House Pass 187, Senate Pass 149. Those have to do with renewable energy fund, the transfer from renewable energy fund, as well as the how much money has to remain in that fund before any balances are transferred to the general fund. So because that was amended, you'll have a later date, later discussion on that date. We'll hold those. We'd also hold any effective dates, which is House Pass Section 188 that corresponds. No change on House Pass Section 189 through House Pass Section 196 relative to some OPLC statutory cleanup, so we would keep that language as is. We would hold the amended section relative to cosmetologists. That's House Pass Section 197, Senate Pass Section 159. Effective dates to be 160 in the Senate results to that change. So we would keep that on hold. House Pass Section 198, Senate Pass Section 161. No change between the House and the Senate. So we would gray that out. Page 11. No changes on anything with no change on this page. We would gray out. There are a couple sections that are House or Senate only relative to animal husbandry. House Pass Section 204, Senate Pass Section 167. Also relative to insect pests and plant diseases, House Pass Section 207, 170. We would keep those on hold, but everything else we would gray out for the next iteration. On page 12, we have no changes from House Pass Section 215 through 221. Senate Pass Sections 178 through 184. Those are identical between the two. There are some changes relative to Public Health Solid Waste Management Fund, which will be discussed at a later point. That's House Pass Section 222, Senate Pass Section 185. And anything that gets grouped in with that discussion, we'll make sure we unshade, but anything unrelated we will shade if there's no difference. 223, we'll keep that one unshaded. That has to do with hazardous waste coordinator program, just as part of the larger discussion. We have Senate House Pass Section 227 through 229 relative to those are vote fee decals, public employer, no change between the two. Everything else, if you look on House Pass Section 231 through 240, would all remain on hold at this point. On page 13, we have no change on House Pass Section 242 or Senate Pass Section 190 relative to possession or relinquishment of the Sununu Youth Services Center. Identical language in the two. Senate did amend House Pass Section 243, Senate Pass Section 191 relative to the Youth Detention Center, so we'll keep that on hold. There is House Pass Section 244 and Senate Pass Section 518 are identical. This has to do with the payment of attorney fees over time for the YDC Claim Settlement Fund. House Pass Section 245 and 192, we would keep that on hold. The Senate has amended those appropriation language to push the $10 million a year the House proposed for the fund into 26 at $20 million a year. No change on House Pass Section 246, Senate Pass Section 193. It has to do with the Gilpatrick settlement against the state of $10 million. We'll gray that out for now, since they're identical language between the two. We do have Senate Pass Section onlys. I think everything else through House Pass Section 251, 198 will keep on hold. That's House Pass Section 251 has to do with the grant and aid. No change between the two. We would gray those out. House Pass Sections 252, Senate Pass Section 199, Hampton Beach Commission. No change between the House or Senate. Same for House Pass Section 253, Senate Pass 200 on the Hampton Beach Master Plan. We would keep on hold House Pass Sections 254 and 255, which were removed by the Senate. Assistant State Treasurers on House Pass Section 256 and 201, we would gray out. Those are identical. It allows the state treasurer to appoint assistant treasurers. So we would keep that one. That would grayed out. Keep on hold 257 relative to the deposits into the Meals and Rooms Municipal Revenue Fund. This is also related to the House's cap of 137 on that, which will be discussed at a later time. House Pass Section on page 14, House Pass Section 258, Senate Pass 202. There's a no change, so we would gray that out. Everything else on page 14 would be on hold for now. I think if you go to page 15, there are two no changes. We're going to keep those on hold because they're all related to magistrates, etc. But if you look on page 15, House Pass Sections 280 and 281, Senate Pass 212 and 213, there's no difference between the two. We'll just make sure that if there's any relation to any of the other proposals that are being offered in the House and Senate, we'll make sure we keep that on hold. So that would continue through 15, would remain on hold. And then if we turn to 16, we can look at House Pass Sections 302, Senate Pass Section 214 has to do with the Office of State and Public Labor Relations. No change between the House and the Senate, and that continues down to House Pass Section 306, Senate Pass 218. So we would gray those out for now. House passed sections 307 down relative to termination of tenancy. We would keep those on hold. Page 17, House passed sections 316 would keep on hold. No changes, so we would gray out House passed sections 317 through 324. Senate passed section 219 through 226. No difference in that language. 325 and 227 would remain on hold, as well as everything else on that page up until House passed sections 332, Senate passed 234. We would probably keep all those on hold too, pending your talk on education trust fund adequacy, et cetera. So we'll keep all those on hold. No difference between House passed section 335, Senate passed 237. No change between the two, so we would actually gray that one out. Page 18, this is a lapse of a computer science appropriation. Identical, House passed section 336, 238, so we would gray this out along with the effective date right below it. There are no changes, and either no changes, everything else. 338 would hold. That's on copies of motor vehicle records, the fee charged to insurance. House passed sections 339 through 340, 341 are all relative to registration fees, 20-day registration, et cetera. I'd say anything relative to fees or registration, even though you might have similar language, it's going to be part of a larger discussion. So I'd keep all of these on hold on page 18 after that. And then moving forward on page 19, you would keep on hold everything through Senate passed section 274. And then no changes on the last three items, 363, 364, 365 in the House passed version. So those would be grayed out. We're almost there, sorry. Page 20, no change between House passed section 366, Senate passed 278 and pheasant licenses. We would gray that out. Hold anything that's been amended relative to fisheries game management. We have no changes on a repeal of a dedicated fund for fish food. That's House passed section 372, Senate passed 283. And those no changes go all the way through House passed section 377 and 288. Effective date, we will take a look at that, but obviously if it's not approved in the House, we will keep that on hold. In anything that looks like everything else is amended up until House passed section 381 through House passed section 385, Senate passed sections 294 through 299. No change between the two. For now, we will grade that one out. House only, the sections removed by the Senate, we will keep those on hold. Page 21. Everything on hold up until House passed section 391, Senate passed 313 relative to home dialysis. Also House passed sections 392 and 393, Senate passed 314 and 519. There are no changes between the two. Education Freedom Accounts program, we're going to keep that one on hold for now, even though it's identical language, because we want to just get direction on the committee since the bill was just signed by the governor, whether or not you want to maintain this language in here. So we're going to keep that one on hold. Also, it looks like everything else on that page, other than House passed section 404, Senate passed 316, will remain on hold. We will gray out just House passed section 404. On page 22, everything that's House only or amended will remain on hold. House passed section 414, Senate passed section 318. No difference between the House and the Senate. We would keep that. We would gray that one out. Same thing, 415, 319, unrelated to the previous Medicaid to Schools program termination. No difference between House and Senate. We would gray that out, as well as everything through House passed section 419, Senate passed 323 on HHS. No fiscal impact. These no change between the two bodies. Prescription drug affordability, House section 420, Senate section 324, we would remain that on hold. That has to do with the PDAP, Prescription Drug Affordability Board. Everything on the rest of that page remain on hold until further discussion. Also on 23, everything will remain on hold except House Pass Section 438, Senate Pass 326. No difference on child care services language included in either budget. Same with the Terrell House sale of property, House Pass Section 440, Senate Pass Section 328. No change. We will gray that out. Relative to House Pass 442, Senate Pass 330, Hampstead Hospital, the sale of the property, no change. There's no difference in language between those two sections, so we will gray that one out. And again, if there's any future amendments coming, we can change that. No difference between House Pass Section 444 and 331 relative to delay of capitation payments. Everything else on that page is amended by one body or removed. So we'll keep that on hold. And I believe that will take you through page 24, 25. These are all Senate only. So all the way through the end of the document, we will, until the House and Senate have a chance to run through these with each other, we would keep them all on hold. So what we'll do is we'll go back, we'll highlight those sections where there's no change, or the couple that the House had acceded to the Senate, and we'll provide another index to the committee when we come back next meeting.
Thank you. Okay, there's a piece I passed out in my quick review that I found that House Section 301 on page 215 was enacted into law without signature. That was repealing outreach and marketing Granite State paid family leave plan become law. And I also saw Section 307, 308 dealt with House Bill 60. It was on page 217. And surprisingly, that has gone to a committee of conference where they amended it, and I believe it's come before the House, maybe before the Senate. So it's on a committee of conference. Thank you. All right, so what I did point out significantly were House Section 301, which was House Bill 517, has been enacted into law. The House Bill 60 on Sections 307, 308 has been sent to a committee of conference, so we don't need that one. On House Bills 73, pages 396 to 403, or sections 396 to 403, has been signed by the governor. And I think House Bill 117, which would have been sections 405 and 406, have a thing here that the House concurs, so it's obviously gone to a committee that's already been Senate version sent to the House on the same subject. And House Bill 230, page 46, section 465, has been signed by the governor. That's local adoption of public health ordinances. So we don't need that one. We haven't done a further review on the Senate sections that were not in the House bill. At least that's a few more things we can cross off without having to.
Sure, and if it's helpful, what we can do is we can draft an amendment removing all those sections based on today, and just so the committee can see that, we can bring that forward at next meeting.
Very good. All right.
I noticed that a number of these Senate, I started to look at the list of Senate bills.
Yep.
And that were added, and a number of them have been tabled in the Senate, so the House hasn't seen them at all. We need to get a list of, which committee those would normally have gone to and talk to them about it.
certainly any of the Senate bills that had an appropriation, I can't send them to you to get them into the budget because by the time I send them to you, you've already sent the budget to us.
I get it.
Okay, so they are there, and those that made it into this, you know, they are there for your review.
Okay, thank you.
And obviously, if they're in the budget, some of them are gonna cost money, right?
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I noticed one of them's, a couple of them are already in committees of conference. Senate Bill 118, for example, is in committee of conference.
oh yeah, I remember that one.
Okay.
All right. Suggestions, Mr. Kane?
Suggestions? It's, if you'd like to go back to, it's up to you if you want to take a break or if you want to come back and look at the detailed change and go over those on hold. You do have some small items on hold we can have the analysts go through relative to the Governor's Commission on Disability, some things that you may or may not be ready to approve. Just one last run through before we move on from that document. So if I can find it, here we go. So on, so this is the detailed change document, and stop me at any point. Dated 6/13/25. I'll take you to a couple of areas where you may or may not be ready to improve. One being on page 1, the Governor's Commission on Disability, rows 7 through 9. This is total funds of about $148,000, 75 of that being general fund. And this is restoring 2 class 50 positions, part-time positions at the Commission on Disability to reflect a contract they currently have. So if you wanted to discuss that.
Okay.
That's on page 1, rows 7 through 9, and that's on the document dated 6/13/25, titled Detail Change.
So they're contracted to provide these employees for somebody else?
So the general funded position was vacant in the House phase. It was funded in the previous budget, and then it was actually filled with a waiver from the governor in the Senate phase on May 2nd. So the Senate decided to fund that position. For the other funded position, that is a contract between the Department of Education and the Governor's Commission on Disability. They receive $90,000 per year to house the statewide Independent Living Council. And within that $90,000, they get the money for that other part-time position. And that money is actually federal dollars from DOE.
Okay. All right, I guess these are minor.
So this is page 21 in this document?
No,
So it's page 1 on
Mine's 8 in
the detail change dated 6/13/25. So page 1, rows 7 through 9, on the Governor's Commission on Disability.
Yeah, but you show it, compare page 22.
Yes, compare page 22.
In which
So if,
document?
in the big document. If you wanted to look at the big document at the 37,000, you'd see class 50 and 60 adjusted in there.
These are small numbers.
So if we approve this, it's another 75 million of general fund,
75,000.
75,000 of general funds and 73,000 of other funds that are, where are the other funds coming from?
Yes, the other funds coming from the Department of Education relative to federal funds on voc rehab.
So it's basically general funds. That both-
No.
Federal funds on DOE's side, that's on the O. So
Federal.
the only general fund share here is the $75,000 on row 8, and that's 75 over the biennium.
This is a request from education?
The first one was Governor's Commission, and then the second was Governor's Commission working with Department of Education. Yes.
What did we, how much did we review this Commission on Disability?
Yeah, again, it was a very small cut just because they seem to be empty positions.
So are they functioning without these positions?
Um,
Percent of it?
Mr. Chairman, we had a bill about changing the Governor's Commission on Disability in ED&A. We took no action on it at this point. I don't see any problem with that at this point because we do want to make sure that there are some important roles that are handled through this. But it's something to always keep an eye on.
You don't have any problem with it? It's just adding some more money, but what do the rest of the House members want to do?
Yeah, I think it's all right.
You wanna Wait,
No, we'll take it. We'll take it.
we'll exceed?
Yeah.
Ready to exceed, all of you? We'll exceed on those two lines.
So we'll do on row 8 and 9. The House will accede. I would hold, I'm trying to see if I can find anything that is ready to be discussed. I'll defer. I don't believe there is anything through page 7 because that's all corrections all the way through page 8. I think that's as far as small changes. I think those are ones, unless my staff has any others they can point you to. But those are probably the ones right now that I would stop at.
All right, we'll wait to hear from the rest of the staff.
It looks like a lot of no's. So everything else you'll want to discuss with each other in your divisions to see if you agree with those. You have gone through it twice already, the detailed change. House Pass Section 1, you probably want to, the House sections, you're going to want to sit down and go over those relative to how you're going to fund judicial branch justice. And then House Bill 2, I think you'll want to sit down and have a larger discussion there. If you wanted to go over any House Bill 2 sections now, we can walk you through those. Just let us know and direct us to where you want us.
Is Representative Ulrey ready to go back to revenue or not? Oh, okay.
Representative McGuire, I'm planning on meeting with John on Monday when he comes back. And when we start the committee at 10, him and I'll go in the back and work through revenues together.
Okay, thank you.
Take it down to Kane. Mr. Kane, he's got some suggestions of things we might be able to go through now. We'll let you lead the parade.
Senate wants to exceed on human rights.
So if we go to House Passed 155, the Senate's going to explain their position, and the House can. So that's on. If you go to the large document, the bound document on House Bill 2, we won't move to another document right now. So on page 9. House Pass Section 155 relative to revenue sharing with cities and towns. This is a section that the House had repealed, and the Senate, instead of repealing, suspends it. And so this is Senate Pass Section 119. This is a no-cost item. This is this. Revenue sharing is separate from meals and rooms. Revenue sharing, that program is about $25 million a year. That's been suspended for almost a decade and a half. So the House repealed it, the Senate suspended it. So just to have a discussion on which way you'd like to go.
We suspended every budget.
Yeah.
And is this the one that, it's got all kinds of obsolete stuff in there? Like, I don't know.
Got a great formula that Melissa can walk us through it if you'd like. No, I'm kidding.
Well, we didn't see any need to delete it since we suspended it all the time. I don't know if the senators are attached to this one or not.
Yeah.
I don't think, again, I'm trying to remember, I think we asked whether the formula was used anywhere. Do we use the reference to it anywhere? Is it referenced anywhere? And I couldn't remember, I think at the time we didn't get a good answer, so we decide leaving it suspended versus repealing it. So we're afraid we don't miss something else up.
Well, occasionally, somebody like from a town or a city will say, hey, what about this one? Why didn't we get money? So it just is there for bait for somebody to make a fuss over. And there's no money and it's never been funded for 10 years or more, so. Just,
Yeah, but I think if you
You're
actually
okay.
read that section, it's full of all kinds of
You're
things
okay.
that aren't in
All
there.
right, Senate will accede to the House's position.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the Senate will accede to the House on House Pass Section 155.
First
Senate.
time.
Well, the earth was moving. Didn't you feel it?
Later.
And then on page 257, sorry, page 13, House Pass Section 257, no corresponding Senate section. This has to do with meals and rooms. So this is relative to the House capped the distribution of meals and rooms at 137 a year for 26 and 27, which were equal to what 25 was calculated at. The Senate has removed that suspension, so if the two parties wanted to discuss that right now.
Give me the
that's-
numbers again.
So the,
Page 13.
yep, page 13,
Yep.
House Pass Section 257.
If I remember the dollar amount, it was maybe 10 million for the general fund or something like that.
Well, the Senate's position was that we did not want to push any further reductions down to the local level, okay? And since we did have a few extra dollars, that we thought it was important not to make a reduction in what they were doing. So
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
reason why we did what we did.
It's a reduction in name only because it's getting the same amount they got this year.
Correct, but
Right, so.
it's a reduction in, they would no longer be getting the 30%. They would
Absolutely.
be getting 30% of what they got 2 years ago.
30% this year.
Well,
And again, the Senate was trying to send a message back to the local governments that we really were trying to make sure that we didn't transfer costs down to them or take away money that we were supposedly going to give them.
We
So
would-
the Senate would like to have this one in there.
This was also involved in the $11 million that we took out of the increases to put more money into the UNH fund. So
yeah,
there were people upset over how much we cut it, so I was looking for other sources of revenue. And I figured I would freeze whatever they're getting about $100 a person now. I figured, so they should be happy with that, and instead of screaming about not getting an extra couple bucks.
so part of the reason I felt like this was an easy one, a relatively easy one, is that the way the money is distributed to towns is poor, in my opinion. So towns have widely varying resources in terms of property value per person. It varies from about $100,000 of taxable property per person in a place like Claremont or Charleston or one of those kind of places, up to close to $1 million of property value per person in, Newcastle and Moultonborough and places like that. And so this particular money is distributed to towns strictly by head, right? So a person in, if you have 1,000 people in Moultonborough, they get the same amount as 1,000 people in Claremont, right? And to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense because the state money, I would think, would want to sort of fill in poor fiscal capacity in various places rather than this kind of blanket way it's being done now. So because I dislike the way this money is distributed, and in fact I plan to bring a bill next year to change it, again, it's a large amount of distribution. I think it's 137 million or something, and we're only trimming 10 million off. I don't know if it was 10 million a year or 10 million total.
11 million for the biennium.
For the biennium, right? So it's 137 million per year, I believe, right? So 270 million, we're talking 11 million off that. It's very small,
Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm used to looking for dragons or pots of golds around the corner. That's what I used to do for work. But looking at this, it's actually de-risking it because it's guaranteeing a certain amount to each of the towns based on those prior years. I know that that could leave some upside on the table for the towns, but it would give them that consistency. So I did want to bring that point as well. Although if we're worried about a reduction in meals and rooms tax, we have bigger problems, but it is a de-risk.
Yeah, so even if the meals and rooms tax went down, they'd still get the same distribution.
This would be a tough one for the Senate to give up.
Mr. Chair, this, again, part of this is about revenue, right?
Right.
And so, one of the pieces of data points I got this morning on my way in here was talking about Memorial Day weekend car traffic. In the last 25 years, Memorial Day to Memorial Day, this Memorial Day was the second highest ever for people coming to New Hampshire to enjoy our state. So again, as we look at the rooms and meals tax and what that means, people are coming here. It goes back to my argument about the Kiplinger report that says states that have outdoor activities, mountains, beaches, lakes, are going to do well in rooms and meals tax. So on the Senate side, again, I think we were of an argument of that, all boats are on a rising tide argument. If we do well, then towns do well. If we do poorly, towns do poorly. And we keep it on a consistent basis relative to the revenue rather than picking an arbitrary number.
The challenge we've had frequently is like North Conway. We put more in than we get. Some towns that doesn't have a restaurant still getting money. How come they get money?
Understood, Mr. Chair, but you can't get the salmon in New Hampshire without going through at least 3 other towns, right? So the idea is all towns provide, whether it's infrastructure or other things that enable, whether it's Hampton Beach or whether it's Keene, New Hampshire, you can't get there without driving to other towns. And so the idea behind this is it evens that out and shares that revenue, makes it good for everybody.
It is obvious to me that we're not going to come to a conclusion on this one today, but it is an important item on the Senate side. So put it on hold and we'll move on.
It is a reflection on the UNH spending, believe it or not.
And we did not understand anything about your using this money for UNH. I found other money for UNH, and certainly we will discuss that one when it comes up also.
Okay. What's next?
So that will stay on hold. If you go to page 24 of the index, this is House Pass Section 461. It was removed by the Senate. This has to do with the elections checklist and annual verification. This is actually in committee of conference right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to take care of that one there. The question is whether the Senate's position is we want you to go back 2 presidential elections before you would remove somebody from the checklist. The way the House's version with an annual review of the checklist, you would have 2 presidential elections the first time, but then the other 3 years you would only have 1 presidential election, removing more people and causing more people to have to re-register. But the stuff that we put in 464 would at least have those documents available, at the polling place to make it easier, but not easy to re-register. So we'll take care of that one in with the regular bill.
Okay.
I'll have to look it up.
I think they're all on Tuesdays. We're all meeting
Monday
Tuesday.
and
Monday
Tuesdays.
and Tuesday.
It's Senate Bill
See me
221.
afterward.
Somebody said something over here.
Senate Bill 221.
221, Senate bill. What's that? I
It
guess
is in committee of
if
conference.
it's committee of
scheduled for tomorrow.
conference, we'll kind of have to stick with what they come up with, I think.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd suggest we wait to see
See
when
what-
the committee
what
of
the results
conference
are.
comes.
All right, we'll hold.
And then the next section on Senate, pass Section 395. That is on your index on page 27. And that is Senate Pass Section 395 relative to the tax amnesty program. No similar section in the House. The Senate's proposing a tax amnesty program that will estimate it to bring in about $5 million over the General and Education Trust Fund in 26.
And again, that one there, we have had tax amnesty programs in the past, which have brought in extra money. We believe that this one will bring in excess of 5 million, but that's the limit that we put in, was the 5 million to be on the conservative side. So we would suggest that the House accede to our position.
I remember some of those programs.
Is this possibly in violation of House Rule 50 or not?
It's not really a tax. It's, you pay, you owe this tax. If you come in and pay it, we'll give you a discount. So it's already a tax that is due. It's not a new tax. It's a, and I think we've had this program before without the House passing any tax bill.
Okay.
So I recall it. Representative Ullery, this come up at all in your committee? All right,
Tax amnesty program.
amnesty programs that could add revenue. So it's, hasn't been discussed at all?
In the past?
All right, we're gonna leave this for you to discuss with revenue. It
Okay.
seems like a reason.
Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick. So again, this program is only effective in the first biennium. It's a February filing period of a very short window of time. In previous years, it have raised as much as $19 million. However, remember, we put the new software system in at DRA, the RIM system, and that has made it so they're more likely to find the people. So that's why the revenue projection was significantly lower than past amnesty programs. And we estimated at $5 million because we think we're doing a pretty good job at catching people already.
Yeah, with their new software, they get them quicker.
Yeah.
So there shouldn't be that many people that go along.
Correct. That's why our revenue projection was significantly lower than previous tax amnesty programs.
All right, let's leave that for,
And the interest and dividends tax being phased out,
Yeah.
you'll have less of a time to go back and look for it.
yeah, and it looks like we're carrying that interest and dividends tax way forward from when we canceled it.
Well,
Because of people paying late.
I will say that Commissioner Stepp said most likely the revenue we're going to get is from that tax. There's people that still have outstanding balances on the interest and dividend tax and haven't paid that off yet. And with the amnesty program, they'd come forward and allow her to close out the books faster.
Oh, all right. That's going to go to those of you that figure out revenue.
Okay, and that would be Senate Pass Sections 395 and 396 are both related. 396 is the implementation, but those will both be on hold as well. So that's all I have as far as a list so far.
Okay, hope that's not mine.
Well, it's not mine.
It is.
All right. Other committee members want to bring up at this point?
I think Representative Erf is on House Pass Section 2, Senate Pass Section 2 on page 1 of the index. If you turn to page 34 to look at the text, I believe it's just a spelling issue. Yeah, so it's just a change. The Senate corrected a spelling error that was in the House Pass version. Not spelling, a misuse of the word. Insure versus ensure. So that's the only difference between the two. Same provisions, same. So.
Ensure being the correct.
Yes, ensure being the correct term.
So that would be page 1, House Section 2, and Senate Section 2 on the
Index, correct.
All right.
We would ask you to accede on that. Go
I
back
see.
to the first page, page number 1, all the way. This one was on hold And that's just to correcting that spelling mistake, so we would ask you to accede on that one.
We exceed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, you found when you started looking through.
I went through the whole thing.
Anything else you found?
Unfortunately, what you were going to put me
Ah.
to make note of them.
It didn't give you enough time. All right. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The education freedom language was already signed into law. So my question would be is if the Senate version is exactly the same language or if it's better to remove those sections from House Bill 2.
What section are we talking about?
Section 19 of the House and 16 through 23 of the Senate. So they're on, I think, the second page of our index.
I'm not mistaken, it's the Senate language.
So we'd have to go to
And if you would,
page 67. 68.
The only thing on this one, I thought that somebody wanted to check the language in the signed bill against what was here, note the differences so that you could make an informed decision if there was anything else you wanted from this. But again, as of right now, I'm comfortable with what was passed and signed by the governor, but that's up to you guys.
So
I can take a close look at that
So
and let you know first thing Monday morning if there's any details.
No, there's one thing we could
Okay.
correct. There's actually one thing we could correct if you're okay with it. Can we amend your amendment?
You would have to make an amendment to House Bill 2.
Right. So let me just suggest it, and if you want to ditch it, then forget about it. But in here, there's a one place where I failed to use enrollment cap, or I failed to replace basically application. Geez, where the heck is it?
Well, what you should do is have it drafted.
Okay.
Okay, go to the LBA, they'll draft it for you.
So I
And
can have
then-
that done, but do you all agree that that's a reasonable thing to worry about, or is it better just to leave it as is?
So
Again.
what was the question?
So in Senate Bill 2, the word enrollment cap, I use those religiously, and I defined it and I use it religiously. But in the one case at the very end, it used the words application.
In 295 that was
Yes.
passed, so you're just
In-
looking
in-
to use it as a corrective action to 295?
Yeah.
We would certainly entertain it,
Okay.
you know,
All
but
right.
we'd want to see it, certainly.
Well, I'll get you, I'll make sure you can see it.
Didn't, what you passed out of division, didn't you take out this percent of, 400% of federal poverty guidelines?
Yeah, that's, I know what you're looking at. That's the House side,
That's what I'm saying. Didn't you take that out?
but it's the Senate side that we have.
This is the Senate side, which is
It's the same as,
more likely than the passed bill or the signed bill.
Mr. Chair, so I can tell you the language that the Senate passed is identical to Senate Bill 295 that was signed into law. I can work with Representative Irf offline, and if there's a corrective amendment that's necessary, we can bring that into the committee conference on Monday.
so at this point, Senate Bill
And
295
Representative-
has become law?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so,
And Representative Leon may want to be in that, so you should check with her.
I will definitely check with her.
but if it's already become law, isn't it too late to amend it?
No, because we signed this later. This is superseded.
If we sign this later? All right, so we're waiting for you to give us some language. All right,
I will do that.
very good.
And I'll make sure you have it too.
One question I do have back on retirement is, are you interested enough in the two amendments that I had drafted and needs to be redrafted into one amendment so that it affects biennium 1 and biennium 2 to have me do that redraft? Because there's no sense in doing it if you're not interested in, you know, at least having further discussion on it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I've got a yes. I got another yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, Jack,
And-
you're on it.
I think we only need, we don't want to do the second biennium at this time.
Again, that's,
Yeah.
if you don't do the second biennium, you can use the one amendment that only does the first biennium That's not the one we had to modify, right? Well, have the other one redrafted with the corrections and then have the joint one redrafted.
Okay.
Because that will be a cut and paste job for OOS.
Yep.
And could you please provide PDFs?
Excuse me?
Could you please provide PDFs?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll post it online once it's offered.
So
Thank you.
once you get them back, just send them to the whole.
Okay.
Your amendment does not cut out spiking, though.
Yes,
Oh,
the
it does?
amendment, the amendment that you got today.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember that I was asked to do an amendment that would get the cost down to 15.
Yep.
Okay. That's what this thing does. It gets it down to 15 million. All right.
Each year.
And it only thing it affects is group 2 tier C people.
Yep.
And group 2 tier B people. And tier C people in the first biennium, they would get the 2.5 at the beginning or at, year 25. And then the next biennium, it would go down to 20, but that's when they're actually first going to be eligible for it. And the tier B people, it would do, instead of doing for their 2.5, right now it's 15 years. In the first biennium, it'd take it down to 10, and in the second biennium, it'd take it down to 5. Okay. Year 5.
All right.
But again, remember that lawsuit. Okay.
Yep.
Normally, in the Senate, if I have a lawsuit out there, I
wait.
table that sucker and leave it there until either the lawsuit is done or that session is over and it dies on the table.
Since they've lost the other previous lawsuits, do you take any real change in this one
Again,
without having
you
dug into?
you talk to the House attorney, I'll talk to the Senate attorney.
Yeah.
Okay. But normally the advice I get from the Senate attorney is if there's a lawsuit out there, don't take action on a bill that significantly changes the criteria. Did I get a head shake? I didn't get anything. He ain't gave me a, so I'll talk to him more about that.
Mr. Chair, so
Yes.
again, so as I understand Senator Gray's amendment, in the original proposal, there were basically 3 components to it. The modifier, 2.5, the change in annual compensation from 5 years to 3 years, and the third change was compensation over base. Were the 3 major components that for group 2 tier B we're doing. In the proposed amendment, we're only looking at the 2.5, and that's the only out of the
2.5, but both for tier C, making a modification for tier C, and also the modification for tier B to get from 15 to 10, and then from 10 down to 5.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, would just remind members of the committee, if they're, as you're going through House Bill 2, if you have any amendments, please feel free to reach out to any member of my staff to get those drafted, and we'll make sure we have it drafted so that you can discuss it and vote on that.
Thank you. All right. Further from the committee.
Mr. Chairman, do I understand that, when are we going to get a revenue number? Is that going to be after Monday, after they meet? So
Yes.
we will discuss it on Tuesday.
Well, if they meet Monday morning, maybe we can do it Monday afternoon.
Okay.
My plan was to meet with John first thing. I'll leave the committee room. We'll go sit in back room and go over all the numbers and try to find a compromise.
So they may come up with something in
Okay.
first couple
I just
hours.
wanted to make sure. Thank
All
you.
my other committees of conference, I tried to schedule on Monday. I had to have one go to Tuesday, so I would just as soon our next meeting be either at 11 or after on Monday.
I
So-
think I've already put it in the calendar for 10.
You can open it and just pause it.
I can open it and pause it if I don't have enough of us here. And if we're waiting for the revenue piece to get done, some of us may want to go watch.
So why don't you ask Senator Gray when he'd like to start? Or President Carson.
That's cool.
Why don't you ask them when they like to start?
When would you like to start on Monday?
I'm hoping that my 10:45 committee of conference will be a quick one and I'd be here at 11.
All right, maybe they'll have something on the revenue by then anyway. They start at 10. So it technically will start at 10, but that'll be so that the revenue folks can get together. And if I don't have you folks here at the table, we'll just recess till we have.
Not recess, pause until.
Pause. No, not recess. Break.
Break.
We'll take a break until. I gotta keep biting my tongue over that recess word.
We're gonna get us in deep trouble.
All right. So technically, we're gonna come back Monday at 10. We're gonna take the weekend off. Can we afford that?
You mean you weren't reading as we were going through?
Oh, that's reading, but I'm gonna review again.
I guess we all will. All right. Anything further we can do today?
Not at this time. No.
Can't believe we've finished the overview.
You want to just say bye until Monday? Is that, you don't have research word. We got chastised when we used the adjourn word. So, if you pick a word.
Well, I don't want to have us running to the last minute on Thursday.
No, we won't.
But
you just have to, just say accede more often.
I haven't heard. I think I've said it more often than you.
Yeah, I think so.
You
I
owe
had
me.
the last
You
version.
owe me a lot of exceeds.
I had the last version and we improved it. We did a good job.
I still don't see too many exceeds.
Say, see you Monday, 10 o'clock.
Senator Gray, tell him, I will accede to your request to meet on Monday. There you go.
All right. If you don't have any biggies for us to go and all have a nice weekend, we are breaking till 10 o'clock Monday on the committee of conference on HB1 and HB2.
Now you can actually recess. That's